Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 127th live stream from the MisfitGamersStudios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we have another user-submitted creation. We have the Rings of Elara. This is a ring collection submitted to us by Lolcypher, and this is going to be a little bit of a new one, so we're going to have some preface to this, because it's going to be probably the one-of-a-kind so far that we've had this type of a review for. So we are going to preface this with a little bit, just so everyone's on the same page of it, because it is the first set that we've really had with this amount. So it's going to come with a little bit of some caveats. But other than that, we are looking forward to all of these rings. I think there's 10 of them.
10 indeed.
Oh, that's a lot, but we'll get through. We'll get through them. But first, let's talk about updates. So I think the poll hasn't moved very much. Nope, we are still at 6 votes. So for the community stream this month on October 20th, we are still sitting at 3 votes for pop culture builds.
Okay. Pop culture builds. I'm not mad at that
right now.
I am not mad at that.
Tavern Tangents is second with 2 votes. So if you guys are in the Discord, that is in the community ideas channel. And then there are a couple threads under there, and the last thread up under there is the community streams thread. So that has a poll going for what we are going to talk about for this month. Looks like if it's going to be pop culture builds, I think we've chosen the pop culture icon that we are going to convert, but not going to announce it just yet. We're going to make sure that A, y'all choose it, but B, we want to wait till we're a little bit closer so we can finalize some ideas. But
yes,
we pretty much are sure that we know the first pop culture we were going to do. Yes, so we did see some of your interesting submissions as well. Thank you very much for that.
I'm here for it.
If you guys want to submit any ideas for pop culture builds that we do in the future, you guys can do that as well. Please, there is a pop culture's characters thread in that same channel in the community ideas. The community ideas channel is pretty new, but it basically contains a bunch of threads for y'all to give us ideas for the various community streams that we're going to do. So whether they're cocktail ideas, pop culture ideas, what we should do with, all my Magic the Gathering cards that are, outdated right now. What do you have? The sidekick challenge. So we have a couple ideas, a couple threads in there for you guys to fill out and do stuff with. So let us know what y'all think. I do think after this month, the community streams thread, because it's kind of buried right now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that its own channel. I think after this month, the idea, because that's going to basically, it seems like it's going to be happening every month. It seems like the community is like pretty set on an extra stream every month.
They haven't missed one yet, and October is what? This is our second stream, third stream?
We had the second. I mean, they bought the next month's by second stream this month, so it's like it's obviously too cheap.
All right.
So yeah, so we definitely want to get those ideas out there. So yeah, the ideas for the community streams are going to be fleshed out, and the community ideas channel is just kind of where it's going to be easier to compartmentalize all those ideas that come up.
Okay, I'm here for it.
All right, this is a little bit too loud on my end. hopefully the music's a good level for chat. Everything a little bit.
All right.
But I think that was the only update. Mainly just the community stream that's coming up. I don't think we have anything. Else changing anytime soon.
Okay.
At least nothing that you guys need to be worried about. Stuff on the admin side has been changing.
Yes. But we're making moves.
Yeah, nothing that you guys need to worry about. So TikTok schedule is all set for this month too.
Oh, so yes, that's right.
That's more shorts coming out that will continue both on TikTok and YouTube.
If you guys haven't seen those, please check it out.
Yes, if you guys aren't part of our Discord, link is in chat. And if you guys want to check out our YouTube channel or our TikTok, it is in the link tree in this chat as well. All right, so before we get on to this, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'll let Kage entertain you, and then we will get moving on to the caveats, and then we'll get on to our review for today.
All right. Well, I am excited for this. I was actually talking with Lolcypher the other day about this, and there are 10 rings here, and again, I don't want to get too much into what's happening, but again, I do my best to not actually get anything out of what I read when I put stuff down. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced just trying to like read a page of something, and then as soon as you're done reading it, you completely forgot what you read. I'm good at doing that on purpose, right? Like, if I'm not trying to remember what I read, I am not going to remember it. So it's very interesting. So, but at the end of the day, I really think that this set it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. And so, Lolcypher, this picture that oh wait, you guys don't see it just yet. Yes, but when you guys see, there's gonna be a little intro picture that I set up for this set, and it's gonna be 9 of the 10 rings. The 10th ring is going to be a surprise at the end. We'll put it that way. But yeah, so I'm very excited. If Lolcypher, if you have any thoughts for us before we begin. I know Vortex is excited to dig into these rings.
Yes. All right. So about this, to kind of preface this for the community at large, because for those of you who have been here for a while with us and who have, we've been doing D&D discussions for about over a year and a half now.
Why don't I have this
and these started, I think, like second or third month. So we've tried to set up a pretty good consistency with these and a pretty good rollout in terms of how we're bringing new viewers in, new submissions in, and we've been trying to be as consistent as we can. And for all of you who have been here the longest, when we used to do high-low, we haven't done that. I can't even remember the last time we did a high-low episode. I know you were here for it.
I was here because you had finally got to do a high-low.
But that was months ago.
That was like, what was that? Backgrounds? I swear it was backgrounds, because we did like 4 of them.
Yeah. So for those of you who have been here long enough to remember high-low, those were the only exceptions that we really did to do multiple items. Typically, because when we were doing them, especially if we were doing like magical items, we usually knew that they were pretty rare. But when it came to community creations, we'd both, made a pretty good decision that we wanted to make sure that each episode was dedicated to, a single submitter, a single item. That way it gave us our full attention. We didn't have to worry about time frames. If something was going to go late, we can let it go late. We didn't have to shorten it up. And if things, didn't go very long, we could fill in with, a tangent,
whatever else we needed.
Right. So, with that being said, we wanted to preface this episode for those who have been around long enough, and we're not going to be deviating from that. So while this one does have 10 different rings, this was submitted and will be reviewed as a set. So by that meaning, we're basically looking at this in a sense as a single item, as a single submission, similar to how we would rate a subclass. We don't rate a subclass based off of, we don't rate each individual, level up. Right. Individually, we rate the subclass as a whole.
Yes,
how it energizes, how does it build off one another? Do the feats work together? Does the lore make sense, right, for that subclass to build? So in talking about this, even though that there are 10, we have talked to the author, we have talked to Lolcypher. They are confident in this being a set, so we are going to approach it as that. And with that, it will all in one get a single score. So the entire set will get a single score.
Right.
With that. So the things that we're going to be looking at, similar to how we do with subclasses and races, we want synergy. We're going to be looking at, overall completeness, obviously balance within each one, as well as across them all.
Right.
Does the lore make sense? And when we say does the lore make sense, when I think of a set, it's always about intent. Usually when you think of a set being created, they all had a purpose to work together. Even if they have individual abilities, there's usually a purpose for them to be together, right? There's usually a capstone, not necessarily a capstone ability, but a reason why they're meant to be. Did I
ask you about the Lord of the Rings, like all of them? Because there were 9 rings.
We haven't gotten into that discussion. We did talk about the one ring earlier in a previous episode.
Yeah, I do remember bringing that up. Okay.
I don't think we've talked about the whole rings. So that's just kind of, we wanted to preface it with, we don't want to deviate from doing single items. If there's going to be a time where we want to do an item and it doesn't seem like we are sure exactly how long that will go in terms of an episode, that's really going to be on us to decide how we want to tackle that. And if we do want to do multiple items, we'd probably split it between authors instead of doing multiples from the same author.
Yeah, and there's plenty of ways we can mix that up if we need to.
So yeah, I wanted to kind of like start with that and just kind of get that out of the way, just for anybody who's been here long enough and who might feel like this is a little out of the norm. We want to be fair. We want to be consistent with how we do everything with everybody. So, trying to be transparent as much as we can and let 100%. Everybody know. And also just preface it. So for the future, we don't have to worry about, either people feeling slighted or if they have multiple items, trying to work the rules to where they can get multiple submissions. And basically we're just trying to make sure that everybody's on the same page for how we want to run the reviews, how we want to view individual submissions. And if they are done as a set, we do want to encourage that. Like if someone does believe something truly is to be reviewed together, we want to respect that.
Oh yeah.
But we don't want any loopholes where someone just wants a bunch of their stuff to be,
reviewed all at one time. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's our little spiel of trying to be transparent and just letting you know what our intents are and what our movement forward is. So as long as everybody's good with that, we are going to move on. These are called the Rings of Elara, so it is going to be considered one review, one score, but we are going to be looking at each individual, obviously similar to anything else we do. Each one will be looked at for its own balance, and then we're going to keep it in mind for as they build together.
Now, I'm super down for that. Elara, I don't know why. Did we go over Elara when we were talking about gods?
No. Elara is not one. The name sounds familiar. I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with it in a D&D lore context.
Okay.
So
I figured if you had researched it, you would remember it, but that's exactly how I felt about it. Like I feel like that name sounds super familiar, but
Marty says Elara's in Magic the Gathering.
Who is that? The
Child Elara. Oh, maybe that's where I know it from.
Is it? Because that's my brother played that. We called it the baby deck. It was this deck that supposedly just nuked everything. Like it was some commander deck that was absolutely ridiculous. It was all colors. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah. Only the rings are Elara. What is this?
Oh, it's a personal setting. It's like the setting that he does.
Got you.
So
got you.
That's where the name comes from.
That's where the name comes from.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Legit.
So we have the Rings of Elara. These are a collection or a set of rings. And again, I also had mentioned earlier that when we were talking about does it make sense lore-wise? So one thing that I like to, we've talked about this a little bit off stream, is when we define the set, obviously for me, intention's a big deal, in terms of, does the whole picture make sense for the intent of it, coming to fruition? But what I also want to look at, because these are going to be a series of rings in a D&D context, I'm going to be looking at it from two different standpoints. Does it make sense from a, say, BBEG standpoint? And what I mean by that is not just a end of battle, but when I think of BBEG standpoint, I mean, does it make sense to have a single person in control of these within the story, you know, within the campaign at some point? Or the other venue I look at it as, how does this make sense, or how well does it make sense to have these split among a party of players?
Gotcha.
So those are the two. When I say the BBG standpoint, it's more of the individual NPC standpoint. But I say BBEG because it's usually easier for people to imagine a weapon in the BBG.
A singular big bad guy doing a
so that's the two
cool and
ways
powerful
that I'm
thing.
going to look at this in terms of completeness as a set.
Okay.
Is if I can justify, does it make sense that a individual or an organization or a deity or whatever would create these to be used in tandem by one individual? Or does it make sense that I can see these split between party? Like, is it going to make sense that, oh, these two would work for the rogue and these two would work for a wizard and those two would work for a fighter, but when they're all within 10 feet of each other, these are things that I'm looking for.
I feel that.
Right? So it either has to make sense for one person.
That would actually be kind of wild.
Or it has to make sense for a party.
That would be kind of wild.
So that's the two facets I'm going to give it credit for.
Okay.
In terms of when I say, does it make sense lore-wise? Those are the two things I'm looking for. And it doesn't have to be one of the two, not both.
Right.
But it has to make sense for one of the two for me to give it credit as a set.
It would be very interesting if it just so happened to work for both. Like, I would be,
and that would be fantastic.
I would be very interested to find a set that would be able, especially a set this large.
Exactly.
Like, that would be wild.
And that's what I'm really hoping for, right? And that's why I'm trying to this is the first set we've ever done, so I'm trying to make sure that, you know, over the last year and a half, we've really kind of refined how high points get given out, and that's again just compatibility with high point.
Yeah.
But you know, we've refined a lot about how we balance things and how we look at things, and I think people are kind of used to how we approach them, right? But this is a little bit new, so it's going to be a little bit more complicated because at least with subclasses, right, you're used to kind of having the mindset that not everything has to, you know, maintain relevancy all the way till the end. So your very first ability by level 10 or 11, it may be okay that we've forgotten about it.
Right.
Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like, we're going to stick on that. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult because we're really going to have to do a lot of back and forth. Talk about, does this ring make sense to any of the previous rings we've talked about, right?
Got you.
It's going to be a bit of a mess for us to work all of that in, but I think we've had enough experience.
I think we can make it work.
I think we're going to make it work. I think we're going to be fine.
Soul says just do it like Batman when he collected all the lantern rings.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, like,
if there were anybody to ever collect them all, let it be Batman.
Right. God bless America. We're treating like Pokemon.
All right, so these are going to be very rare / legendary artifacts. That's interesting. So yeah, very rare in the sense that there are 10 of them. We talked about this recently.
Right.
Very rare indicates more than one.
Yes.
But legendary typically indicates singular. So if you think about it, this is one of those rare instances where both do apply. As a set, as 10 rings, it is very rare to find any individual one if they were to be scattered. But in the sense of any individual one, in and of itself could be considered an artifact.
So I will say this. I put that here as an overview of the entire submission. But each and every one of them will say very rare on it, or it'll say legendary artifact. So there's one that's a legendary artifact, and each and every one of the other ones are labeled as very rare. That is how it was originally submitted. So this is kind of just like an overview of what everything's going to have inside of it.
Because like, having the talk that we did last stream about the idea of like rarity, right?
Yes.
It's interesting because if any of these are considered very rare on their own, does that indicate that there might be another?
That would be.
And then again, we've also had the talk of technically what is a legendary artifact, right? I think it's almost a redundant term because artifact typically already means old and powerful.
Sure.
And it may or may not have a story tied to it. It doesn't have to, right? An artifact can be unknown, whereas we've talked about legendary typically does have a story. So you could say that by calling it a legendary artifact, you're just guaranteeing that it's ancient and old and has a story. But I still don't know if it's quite necessary to do the redundancy of legendary and artifact. You know what I mean? Like,
right. You think even though the other would apply, choosing one would be sufficient?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And either way, honestly, and like we talked about last stream, the difference between legendary and artifact, realistically is time. Like, it could be power.
Sure.
And power is usually a very
but one
point,
denotes more time associated with it.
Right, yeah, because like we talked about, you can have a legendary item crafted yesterday. You can't have a legendary or an artifact crafted yesterday, right? I mean, well, yesterday for you if you teleported and transported time.
Sure.
But that's, I digress.
Neither here nor there.
So yeah, so interesting on the name category. We'll definitely have to keep that in mind. But yeah, it's very unique because, again, I think when it comes to a D&D standpoint, I think we came to the conclusion that rarity, like CR, the best thing it typically tells you is price. And then beyond that, it's not really defined in D&D terms. Rules as written doesn't have a defined, this is what they mean. It's
no, but I did say before, though, I would say it does give me an idea of power level somewhat. You know what I mean? So like a very rare ring is going to have an ability that's probably going to be more valuable than a rare ring.
Oh, of course.
And so like that's the only thing that I might think this is trying to communicate is, hey, this is the extent in which
just trying to establish
like this, how much power it's going to be able to. It's about very rare. Like it's not going to be as powerful as like a legendary item, but when you bring them all together, it might,
right? And so hence why one would be like considered legendary artifact, because that one I'm assuming will probably have a higher power spell. Whatever they're doing, it will have a higher version.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the energy that I got from it.
Okay, so yeah, so if they're trying to indicate power level, then we can keep that in mind to help keep us,
expected
which one compares to the other. Which ones are on the same level and which one is intended to be the more powerful one. And okay, so these were also a couple examples of the rings. I think we have the first 9 of 10.
Yes, so the first 9.
Missing one.
The 10th one will be a surprise at the end.
A surprise. Okay. So we're just looking at, your standard jeweled rings, definitely befitting this what you would imagine for magical rings. You definitely want some sort of valuable gemstone.
Very intricate looking.
Usually, yeah, intricate's always, nice but not necessary.
True.
Gemstones are always quite necessary because typically when you want to imbue anything with magic, it usually requires a high quality item that can withstand the magic, and typically the value of an item and its rarity are usually indicative of its ability to withhold magic or retain magic. Therefore, higher quality gems, higher expensive gems do that.
Fair enough.
Quick little, history lesson for anybody who doesn't. But yeah, so definitely already liking them. You don't want just single bands. You do want jewels. It's usually you're gonna find, opulence. You're gonna find detail. I don't really see anything in particularly wrong with any of them. It would just be really interesting depending upon what I like to do. Like if I know most people just like the look for the look. They look at an image and go, that looks cool. Sure. And that follows the name. I'm a little bit more, and I look at these and my first thought is, okay, so
this tells me something about what this ring can do.
Well, like this ring and this ring, these two on the right and left should be the weakest of all of the rings that I'm looking at. This ring should be more powerful. And every ring that has multiple gems should be more powerful. These should be the next weakest. This should be one of the most powerful because it's all focusing in one direction. Or it should be a projection ring. This one would be more of a protection ring because it's a band and it's fully encased.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying like the colors or anything matter, but when I think of magical rings, and then again when I like to apply how that when I like to apply the physics of, well, what would the ring need to be?
Right.
I start to think, are these going to match up to the abilities that we get
that we're actually looking at here? Interesting.
But yeah, I always like a good representation, and I do like where we're going with this. Not my particular style of rings, personal life, but,
right?
I like this simple representation, and I love the fact that they're not on somebody. How many times I hate when someone's like, "Oh, look at this really cool like accessory," and then they show it on this like, a character that's like completely decked out, and you're like, "Where's the accessory?" And they're like, "Right there," and it's like.
My eyes are like everywhere else.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. It's like I like that these are actually just the individualized rings, simple, and not like on a wizard, who's doing this, and you just feel like I really do appreciate them individualized. Okay, so starting with, and I don't know, before we begin, Lolcypher, were these meant to be read in any particular way? Did we cover that?
All I know is that the 10th ring needs to be last. That is the only details that I was given about like the order of which should be read first. We have one
that is supposed to be last.
Yes.
But otherwise, these are just going to be an accumulation. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. And it looks like you have a question in chat.
Okay.
All right. So let's start with Elara's Ring of Spell Story. All right. So we have a small description here. This mithril and platinum band ring is adorned with intricate filigree, engraved with runes and inlaid with dark red gems. The ring is that grants? Is that supposed to be grants?
Where are we at?
The ring grants the wearer the following benefits. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be grants.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Just want to make sure that there was not some 5th edition, like aspect thing that I was like, wait, what is GR? What status GRS? Okay, so this ring grants the wearer the following benefits.
Yes.
Spell storage. This ring stores spells cast into it, holding them until the attuned wearer uses them. The ring can store up to 8 levels worth of spells at a time. You can use an action to cast one of the spells stored within the ring without using a spell slot. Elara's Grace. If this ring is provided Elara's Grace, increase the spell slot total to 15. Oh, so when you say store up to 8 levels worth of spells, you mean 8 spell slots?
No. So basically the way I read that is you can store a 5th level spell and a 4th level spell in there. You can store 8 first level spells in there. You could store 4 second level spells in there. Like that's the way 8 levels worth of spells. That's how I read that.
Okay, and then if it has Elara's Grace, it just turns into spell slots.
It turns into 15. The 8 becomes 15. That's how I read Elara's Grace, is that increase the spell slot total to 15. So instead of 8 levels worth, it's 15 levels worth.
So Lolcypher says the first part is the standard Ring of Spell Story. Maybe there's a standard Ring of Spell Story.
Let me check.
Because when you say 8 levels worth of spells, are you saying, is that what Kage was Kage correct, where you can cast a 5th level spell and then you can only cast a 3rd or a 2nd and a 1st after that? Is that what we're talking about? Kage is correct. Elara's Grace increases the total spell story. Okay, so it's not spell slots. It's the total cumulative spell level.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. And the standard one, Cosmic says, can hold 5. Okay.
I can't find the standard one. Let me check on 5e tools.
Is it not technically standard one? Yeah, 5 worth of spells at a time. Okay, it contains 1d6, 1 level spells stored. Okay. Oh, and we have a hydrate.
There it is.
From
Hecate. I'm about over here trying to drink the wrong thing. Can't hydrate with that.
Okay.
Thank you, friends.
What I was able to find online is everything that I see is 5 spells. Yeah, everything that I'm able to
5 levels worth. Yeah, but
five
I would say just mechanically that's the same way.
Okay, so
it should work.
Okay, so we're looking at 8 levels worth. Interesting.
I will say the rarity of the standard one is rare.
Yeah, this one's very rare, and it requires attunement. It's... Oh, wait a second. Requires attunement. Okay, this one requires attunement.
I believe the standard one does as well, right? Yeah, it does.
Okay. Oh, and we have a
posture check.
So let's see here. So, I mean, I'm glad that it is total spell level and not spell slots.
Gotcha.
To be completely honest, that's, I think, what was throwing me off, is trying to really look at the difference. Something that stores 15 spell slots on top of like what's a good standard that a higher level mage would have.
Ooh, goodness. I actually haven't looked at like your totals.
Because that's what I was thinking, right? Is I was trying to think of if this thing nearly doubles your spell slots, that would be a little bit interesting. But I'm actually usually in favor of the idea of like held spells. I usually have that in high point, like ways to hold spells. I do like items that, just hold it. I mean, basically, this is a customizable or a chargeable, like if you have like a wand of fireball that usually has 3 charges, right? And more often than not, you can't recharge it, but there are sometimes situations where you can have an item that can be recharged back to its full amount.
Yeah.
This is basically just that, but you charge it with whatever you want, right? It's really not that bad because you are casting the spell, right? So it's not like you can do it and not suffer the spell loss. It's not going to go away now, so you can recover your spell after you've cast it. But you do have to cast the spell, which I like. It's not like just going to be there unless you use a ritual. You can probably use a ritual because, if you have ritual casting, you could probably just do these, but who cares, right? You cast the spell, it goes into the ring, and then you sleep it off, right? Like, so realistically, there's not a lot of abuse that you could have with it because you have to burn the spell before you can use the ring with it.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, at least that's how I read it. It says you have to cast the spell into it, so you have to burn a spell. You actually have to know it and be able to cast it. But once that's done, it's in the ring permanently. Now it just
sits in there, and
that's the next level though. Is even though it requires attunement, is a permanent hold justifiable, right? Like that's what I know that I think that the standard one does, but
I would say 15 levels. That would to me, yes. If I didn't have Elara's Grace, I might. If I had something better, I would probably equip something better. But with 15, that might hold me. That might hold me if I'm a spellcaster.
Because we don't know anything about Elara's Grace, so we also don't know how you get it, difficult it would be. So that's going to be something that we don't really understand, and I don't know if we're going to get any more of that in the write-up. So
I don't know. It might come together in the final legendary one. There might be a lot of context that like we get for a lot of these other things. Maybe it's what can give Elara's Grace. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up right now.
Yeah. So other than that, as a beefed up version of the spell storage, it's not that bad. Having to spell, cast the spell in the first place. So that means you have to know it. And you have to, be able to cast it. So I do like that because it's not going to be something that you can, abuse in the middle of combat, right? Like you're going to have to prepare that. So I'm fine with that. Especially again, thinking of it as a BBEG item or a player item. This is fine as a BBEG item, right? Like if you have a super high level BBEG and you want to give them Elara's Grace, that makes for a hell of a final battle. That's a lot of that dramatically increases what you would expect to see on the monster menu, right? Because you'd be like, oh, they can cast these spells, but you only see it. But then you say, but they have an additional 15 spell slots, by the way. It's like, oh, or they have an additional 3 spells that they've prepared.
It'll be wild if they got another spellcaster to cast a spell into it that they don't have, and so now they have a spell that you don't expect them to have, or like they might not.
You also, did you notice? There's another thing that I want to point out before we move on that I kind of appreciate about both the base and Elara's Grace, and I don't know if you noticed it. Because first off, Elara's Grace doesn't double what you have, but they are both shy of being able to be too powerful. Because you can't, by standard, cast a 9th level spell with it. Yes. So there is no free power word kill here.
Yes. And
on top of that, you can't double stack 2 9th level spells. But you also can't stack a 9th and an 8th. You have 15. So you were at a 9th and a 7th, an 8th and a 7th, or 2 7ths. Yeah. That's your high level scaling with this ring. So that really does bring the intensity of it down. While it makes you more versatile and while it makes you stay up longer in combat, whether you're the BBEG or you're the wizard, that's really not gonna change the tide of battle because you're not gonna be packing power word kill multiple times.
Yeah,
you're gonna be lucky to have a 1, and then again you're gonna be dropped all the way down to a 7th level spell. So it's still powerful, but then that's it. Then the ring's done. So how useful was that, right? Actually, no, it wouldn't even be a 7th level spell. It's a 9th. It's a 9th and a 6th. So it's a 9th and a 6th can go together.
Really?
Because 15, yeah. So it's a 9 and a 6, and then 8 and a 17, or 8 and a 7. So, or 2 7s. So that's that's a nice. If you really want that 9th spell, you are sacrificing all of the other top level spells.
Right.
But it makes sense. So looking at that balance so far, again, trying to figure it out, I don't see that as being a problematic for being in the party or being on the BBG. So trying to paint the picture, right?
Yeah.
So giving this to a 6th level party at level, let's say 13, right? 13 to 15, you give this to the party as they're collecting them, or you know that the BBG has this, like you're getting lore about him, right? And he goes, this is one of the rings he wears. It's like, okay, cool. I'm getting a picture. I don't feel too afraid just yet.
I have 15 magic missiles stored in it. Wild.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, as bad as that is, it's still only 1 per action. Now, granted, that is a lot of damage output, but again, at the level you're thinking about this from a BBEG standpoint, it's a lot of magic missile, but it's also
like when you're really talking about it, like if you have 15 magic missiles, that means you're only doing 3 of those D4 a turn.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like at the level that you're going to be fighting this, it is a lot, but at the same time, it's a meh amount.
Now think about if you cast a 9th level magic missile. Now you got a whole lot more happening all on 1 turn. So if you really want to do big boy damage, you're gonna have to.
I mean, there you go. If you could manage it, upcast mass heal, 9th level mass heal onto it.
Oh, wild!
That'd be fine. Again, that's the great thing, right? Is this really does, but then it knocks you all the way down to a 6th level spell, which would be wild, nice, but it's not game changing.
If you could like precast something like resurrection into this thing and see if you could figure out a way for it to trigger if you die, because there is a spell called contingency.
So you would just it depends on. Well, no, because each spell has to trigger with an action. So contingency wouldn't work because you'd have to action it. Remember, because it's only with an action can you cast one of the spells. So you going down can't trigger unless you were able to action it. Like if you were able to make it.
See, that's. I was hoping the contingency could like cause it to go.
But if you're this level powerful, I mean, if you're this powerful of a wizard with something like this, you probably can already have that like built into your robe.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, just make a robe of resurrection
that's fair.
And just put like a glyph or warding, like stitched on the inside. So if you go down, it just instant reses you.
Wild.
You know, it'd be really hilarious too. Now that I'm thinking about this, so imagine putting this on a necromancer, this ring, and you have an opportunity for, like the party to get like access to the ring, but they can't like steal it, but they can only have access to it. So you mess with them and you take away like mass harm that he has in there and you replace it with mass heal.
Oh, wow.
So middle of the BBEG fight, he's like, and you think you've won? And then all his skeletons just drop. And he's just like, what have I done?
What did you do? How could you?
Because you can imagine, you know, half his skeletons are like, you know, in bones. The other half are like, you know, like missing body parts. And he's just about to get all pompous. And he's like, oh, you thought that you could win here. But what about my art?
That's a lot of damage. Wild.
That's damage. Okay. So yeah, so I like this one. I'm a big fan of holding spells. I don't think this is overtly broken. We'll see if it becomes broken with anything else, but as of right now, this is really just expanding versatility and expanding how much you can do over the course of a battle. But again,
sure,
this only really matters, again, if you have a bunch of spells, it's only going to matter on a very long combat. And if it's not for very long combat, you're looking for just quick heavy punches, right? So realistically, it's just letting your base spell slots be more of the support and versatility, while the ring could be more you know, more of your actual opposition, like your actual aggressive movements. So, you know, being able to actually spread yourself out as a wizard, I think that could make a lot of sense.
Okay, I'm here for it.
What's also interesting too is it does say it does require attunement. So I'm also going to assume that that means that the person wearing it has to be the person that infuses it. As in, you can't give this to the barbarian after you've infused it with magic.
Oh,
I would assume that due to its need for attunement, once it becomes unattuned or reattuned, it loses whatever's inside of it. Now, granted, the normal one does say that it comes with 1d6, but you know what I'm saying? Like, is there a way? Is that a loophole that you would allow?
Here's
Lolcypher,
the question:
is that a loophole that you intended? Where, because again, it technically by the book, the normal one comes with 1d6.
But here's also what it doesn't say. It doesn't say that you have to be the one that casts the spell into it. So what's to stop you from attuning to the ring, for a barbarian attuning to the ring and just having their wizard friend come cast spells into it every now and again?
I guess it would be dependent upon if that's the intent of the attunement. Like, is the attunement only to utilize the spells, or is the attunement also to fill?
The way I read it, I would say...
I mean, not that it matters too much.
Sure.
I mean, well, actually, it does change a lot, because that makes any one individual a walking spellcaster. Like, from on the party.
Depending upon what you put in there, but like Lolcypher was saying earlier, 15 magic missiles on the barbarian? That's a different story.
Or magic, they could have magic shield with them.
They could just have shield in general and just be like, hey, let me just bump my AC anytime you might have hit me.
Yeah.
Being a way better tank.
That might be one of those areas that gets cautionary. I would say that I would feel more comfortable if everything was about the attunement, especially on more of a higher powered level version of this. I think that's what I would prefer, because I also like the idea that Elara's grace wouldn't last between attunements. Like, you would think that you only get it while you're attuned to it.
Interesting.
To her grace. So if someone else takes the ring, why would you still have her, right? So these are the things that I think about, that I think I would apply to High Point. I don't know what Lolcypher's intent.
This would need to reattune in order to fill it back up with spells.
So Lolcypher says he would allow it. A wizard can attune and fill the spells, then give it to the barbarian to attune and cast. But he would rule that the wizard would then need to reattune to put the spells back in.
Oh,
so he does agree with me.
Interesting.
That you have to be attuned to infuse.
Okay.
And you have to be attuned to infuse and attuned to use, but you don't have to be this one and the same. So someone can
attune to fuse, attune to use,
take it off, put it away, and then someone else.
But they hang out.
And that's fine. If the party wants to do that, what does it take? An hour to attune?
An hour, short rest.
So if you guys do this during short rest, like, yeah, during a long rest, you guys just do this all the time where you just infuse it and then you give it to the next person. I don't see that as a big problem. Yes, it's a little game breaky, but at the same time, that's just like giving the barbarian any other magical item that anyone can use.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There are some magical items that are limited to who can use them, but there are other magical items.
There are some that say attuned to a spellcaster, and so like you have to be a spellcaster for certain things,
but
or whatever.
Just have the command word, right? So that would be no different than making your own. The only real difference is, from a BBG standpoint, that's more just enriching the lore of he just has a bunch of wizards that infuse it for him. But from a party standpoint, it's a little cautionary. Not game breaking, but it very much expands what the party can do now. You're basically adding a whole new spellcaster to the party. And it can be any other person, like any of the other classes basically now.
Like, depending upon how you play with it, they could be equivalent to a half caster out of nowhere.
That's or a wild magic user.
Yeah.
With some more control. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's broken. I'm just, again, trying to look at it. It makes perfect sense from a BBG standpoint, but when you put this in a party.
Now, I will say, granted, they're built for this, but like there are two melee subclasses that are given spellcasters. Like there is a fighter subclass that has that gets half casting, and there's also a rogue subclass that gets half casting.
So Lolcypher and Soul are having a kind of the same back and forth we did. So Soul asked, if you cast a reaction spell into it, such as shield, can you get it to work? Lolcypher, I think, confirmed what I had assumed, is it has to be an actionable spell, because he says you have to burn an action to cast. So it can do a reaction spell for you. However, if we want to talk about being able to use this for reactions, Lolcypher, how do you feel about being able to load it with a reaction spell? And when you use an action to cast it, the reaction spell will wait to the end of your next turn. So you can't use another spell until the end of your next turn. So like, I burned my action this turn to cast a reaction spell from the ring. Until the end of my next turn, that reaction spell is waiting for the trigger. I can't cast another spell during that time.
So you get lightweight 2 turns to use this.
So yeah, so like let's say shield. So let's say right now no enemies are around me. I don't have anyone to attack.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my action to cast shield. I don't have shield yet.
Right.
I just cast it. But now I can move. I have no enemies, so I'm gonna move. But to the end of my next turn, shield can go off if I get hit as a reaction. So when my turn comes up again, I move closer to an enemy, and if I get hit by opportunity attack or another enemy had come up to me, shield could then trigger. So it's only until the end of my next turn. It stops me from using the ring until then. That would be the only way I could somewhat justify a powerful ring like this, allowing for a reaction spell. It would have to be one of those, but you still have to burn the action, so you have to literally lose a turn, and you have to anticipate the need for it. So if you see the BBG winding up a spell, maybe you can cast, you know, like a reactionary like defense or something like that.
Counter spell.
Maybe, yeah, you could be like, oh, if he's gonna do a spell, I'm gonna cast counter spell, and just hopefully by the end of my next turn, I can use it.
So what would you say if they don't use it by then?
Then you lose it. Just like
then the spell gets cast.
Yes, it got cast no matter what, but the ring was powerful enough to hold onto it for the reaction. But otherwise, you still burn the spell slot that was in the ring. So it's a give and take. It's the one. It's risky, but you're breaking the rules for a reactionary spell.
Gosh, that would be so wild if somebody put the counterspell ring in the barbarian's hand, and he's up there meleeing with this spellcaster, and he's about to cast this spell on the barbarian, and everybody else is too far away to counterspell, but then the barbarian counterspells it. Like that would be that's insane.
Yeah. So that would be the only way that I would consider the idea behind, if you wanted to say give this to the party and have them be able to like prep it for a different character, and if you wanted to make the ruling for this being able to do reactionary spells, I would say that it just basically is a high risk, high reward, right? So
sure.
You burn an action during a turn that you don't need your action, and then you hope that whatever's going to happen to trigger it happens by the end of your next turn. And if it's not, it's like anything else. It just goes off. And it's like, I feel like that would be the only balanced way to do it. But in the grand scheme of things, that's not the intent of the item. So that would have to be like your variant ruling of it. And to me, I think all in all, I probably wouldn't want reactionary spells coming from it. If anything, I'd want a different ring that can.
And I think that's what Lolcypher was saying, is he was like, there's better ways to go about doing reactionary spells.
I mean, there's always better ways. We were just trying to postulate whether or not, like, how could someone try to want to abuse this, or how could you make it more versatile for a party of not magic users, you know, to be able to spread
magic around.
Yeah, because if you have a magic user who has enough spell slots, you know, why would they have a ring that could give them more if they can only still do one spell a turn, right? The idea would be you'd want to spread it around the party, kind of like what Marty was saying. You know, imagine the BBG facing up against the barbarian, thinking, I got a resistance to, you know, bludgeoning and piercing. What do I care? And then all of a sudden, it's just fireball, like Captain Planet style, just fire. And then it's just like you know, like out of nowhere, that would be so dramatic.
Imagine the cleric cast holy weapon on that thing, and he was able to turn his fists into holy weapons.
Oh, that'd be dirty.
That'd be wild, especially if he was a necromancer.
First ring, not a problem. There's alternate ways you could use it, but as is, I think it fits a BBG, and I think it fits a party. Yeah,
and I will say, from this perspective, without Elara's grace, I understand why that one power level wise is very rare.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I really do appreciate that it caps at 8 and 15. I think those were very smart decisions to have those as the caps. Okay, so now we are on to ring number 2, Ring of Soaring Freedom. This is another very rare. This is a platinum ring adorned with intricate sapphires, filigree, and grants the wearer the following benefits. Soaring Flight. The ring contains 2 charges that can be used to cast flight on the wearer. The ring regains 1 expended charge daily at dawn. I always love a timed delay recharge. Like, I kind of get tired of just after a long rest, everything back. I really do appreciate when things have multiple charges and then there's a delay retrieval. So, and this just calls back to a lot of like older AD&D style of doing magical items.
I know that I've heard in the past where some people feel that this is like an unwritten standard for anything with a charge, that if you use all the charges, it has a chance to explode.
No.
So
I've vaguely heard of that,
because there are some items that specifically say that.
And that's fine if they specifically say that. As a general rule, I don't think there's any logic to that, because if you apply that to basically like why would anybody create something with a charge if it has a chance to screw them over? Like, think about that. Think about, why would a craftsman make a hammer that 1 out of 100 hits could potentially explode in his face? He would not use a hammer. There's no realm in my mind that a magic user would create an item that they know. Like, imagine being a wizard in a castle full of magical items, and every single one of them, well, not every, but one of them could explode just by overuse. Just you use it one too many times and it explodes in your laboratory of other magical items. If that's the case, there should be explosions in every campaign. There should just be random explosions in the distance all the time.
I mean,
because magic you have to put it in your lore that magic has to be extremely conservative. Like, in the idea that people are very wary of magic items. Magic items are a high risk, high reward, because, what if this is the only charge left, right? Right. And then what do? Have a stockpile of last used weapons? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like the narrative. No, you tell me that a trickster demon or a trickster god or an evil god created a bunch of items and he intentionally does that to every single one. He makes these elaborate, beautiful items that have a random charge amount that people don't know how many, so they just get to use it willy-nilly, but on the last charge it explodes. I could buy that because it makes sense from that deity, right?
Right.
But I don't like it as a rule, personally. Okay. I don't like the idea that expending it makes it explode, because who made that? Like
who and why and what?
I mean, can you imagine?
Who hurt you?
Can you imagine that saying, like, if you ever drive your car completely out of gas, it will explode? Can you imagine the audacity that people would just be driving, or like the panic people would have the moment there's just no world.
Oh my gosh, where's the nearest gas station?
You wouldn't give people something that would explode. There would be no reason for it. So no, off on that tangent, but yes, I don't like that rule. I don't believe it makes any sense.
Fair enough.
No, something for like the Rod of Wonder, or certain items that have it written in, I get it.
Sure.
Just not as a general rule. Lolcypher says, messed up on something on Elara's Grace. The Elara's Grace is present. The charges in the ring can be used to cast flight on others instead of just the wearers. If the ring is provided Elara's Grace, instead of casting flight, the ring grants a flying speed of 40 feet while the wearer's ring does not expand. Oh, okay. So this was updated. What he's saying. So in the original version, Elara's Grace gave you just constant flight.
A fly speed.
Whereas now, Elara's Grace allows you to use the charges to cast it on your party as well.
Okay. Got you.
Or on others, he says. So I'm assuming that you have 2 charges, so you can cast it on yourself in 1. Maybe.
Okay.
So, not replaced, just added. So it's both.
It's that, and
so you always have a fly speed, and then you can use your 2 charges on 2 other people.
Oh, so it stops costing you
charges to fly. You just fly. As long as you have it on an attune to it, you just fly. But then you can cast the charges on 2 others.
Okay. Interesting.
Gotcha. Okay, so I don't mind the 2 casts of charge, or the 2 charges of flight. Flight's like what, 10 minutes?
I believe so, yes.
I think it's only 10
either
minutes,
10 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, I think it's only 10 minutes. An hour always seemed too much, but I could have sworn it was only 10 minutes.
You're correct, 10 minutes.
Okay, so honestly, this feels like, again, we have no idea what Elara's Grace is or how you get it. Sure. I don't know if it's a time-based thing, if it's a deserved kind of thing. But if we look at this as like we do with a subclass, early version, late version, that's exactly what I would want to see from a subclass. Like the idea of, I get these personalized charges to myself, and I can be of use as a versatile, maneuver. but at some stage, I will just embody this thing, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like being able to, you know, cast flight once per day at will at 3rd level because of your subclass, and then at 15th level, you just fly.
Yeah.
That's kind of what this gives me, that vibe, and that's kind of what you want to see when it comes to that elevation. And then still capping it at 2 charges, and it's just the fly spell, which I do believe is an individual person, right?
Yes.
The normal fly. So even that, it's not like you can just cast it twice per day for a whole group of people.
Upcasting looks like. Yeah, upcasting is theoretically an additional creature, so this would just be the base version.
Yeah, so you still get up to 2 others. So later, if you get Elara's Grace, it's you and 2 others. I mean, again, it's only you and 2 others. It's not the whole party. If it were the whole party, I would probably say that's OP. If Elara's Grace allowed you to just cast it at 6 people at will, twice a day,
I mean, if it had like what 6 charges instead of 2 charges total,
yeah,
then you could theoretically do that.
And yeah, if it were intended for the party once, that'd be fine. What I'm talking about is like what I wouldn't want to see is I could cast it twice per day on 6 people. Like that would feel a little bit too abusive, because you can always fly, and then they essentially for 10 minutes can always fly. So whenever it's convenient, I would feel like that's too much convenience for the party. You know, if you could just say anytime we need to, I can make us all fly for 10 minutes. I much prefer I can make up to 2 others fly, because that just, again, thinking about if you're going to give these rings around 8th to 12th level, and then later about 15, 16, you get Elara's Grace by your deeds, I could feel that as a good upgrade late game.
The other players should probably have, at least some of the other players should have some other way to get around things other than flight. So
that's the one leg. So that's the party side of it. So on the BBEG side of it, so it lets the BBEG fly. Big deal. If you want the BBG to fly, you could have made him Aarakocra. I don't care that this makes him fly. And the worst it's going to get is that he flies, and for the term of the battle, he makes 2 other of his guys fly. Guess what? He could have just made them all Aarakocra, and they all would have like realistically, this
for sure.
You know what I mean? Like I kind of look at like balancing in another way when I look at BBEGs is like, if I can very easily, without changing anything about your experience, but I can get it done in another way without changing exactly what you like. Again, if I want 2 of my guys, 2 of the BBG's party members to fly, and he has 10 of them, and you guys like, well, that's too powerful for the ring. I'm like, okay, fine. No ring, no 2 guys flying. But by the way, I changed all the race to Aarakocra. Now it's 10 flyers. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that not okay? Nothing else changed. It's the same battle. They're just all like, but that's the idea, right? If I could easily have done it with a innocent way to do it, this doesn't feel broken.
Very much so.
But again, if you said it can cast flight twice per day up to 6 people, well, then the BBG could literally make his entire army fly. Like 12 people fly above the party.
Right.
And that's what you don't want, right? So looking at it from the point of view of if the BBG had this, right? He has 1 ring that's given him a bunch of extra spells, but he can't cast any more than he normally can. And he can now fly. And 2 of his minions can now fly. That's pretty challenging, but that's no more challenging than any other battle that you should be having at this stage, right? I'm thinking like,
fair enough,
right?
Yeah.
This is an early game magical item. So if one person had this and the other ring, so far I'm not upset about it. But that's what we need to keep in mind, right?
Okay.
So right now,
oh, for sure.
I don't know if you want to keep a quick list for us, but as of right now, they have a bunch of extra spells. They have, anywhere between, 8 to 15 levels worth of spells extra, and they can fly, and 2 of their buddies can fly. So together, those don't sound too bad yet.
Okay.
Not too upset about it yet. Now we are moving on to ring number 3, Ring of the Guardian. It's also very rare. Another mithril ring adorned with intricate gold filigree and inlaid with numerous small precious gems. Grants the wearer the following benefits. Guardian's Shield. The ring has a number of charges equal to the wearer's intelligence modifier. You can expend 1 charge to cast Shield as a reaction without expending a spell slot. The ring regains 1 expended charge at dawn each day. Again, a delayed recharge. So, equal to your intelligence modifier, and you can expend a charge as a reaction. So, at best 5, if you're super maxed out.
I mean, if you get something that boosts you over 20, maybe a little bit more.
I mean, 5 reactions is a lot.
it's not giving you any more reactions than you normally have. It's just giving you that many spells.
Yeah, it's just giving you a new way to use your reaction, I guess. So yeah, no, I mean, I guess, yeah, realistically speaking, it's just a new way to use your reaction to defend yourself.
Yeah.
And going back to the idea of putting these rings on like a barbarian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's, so, okay. So yeah, so being able to use the number of your intelligence modifier as a reaction for shield. I'm trying to think, because I know that it kind of gets overplayed a little bit, but would it make more sense for proficiency bonus or for intelligence in terms of how many times they can use it?
So that depends on if you're trying to get it to scale with the person's level, or if you're trying to get it to scale with another stat, and
like the individual itself. Because intelligence would be it depends on the individual.
Yes.
Where not
if you have like a crappy like intelligence, again, like if you're a barbarian and your intelligence is your dumb stat, you can use this once. Be careful.
Yeah.
Or not at all. But because that's the other thing. This doesn't say a minimum of 1 times. Normally, if it's going to attach something to like a stat, it'll say a minimum of X number of times.
And it only has equal to, so you have to have a modifier actually. So you wouldn't even wear it if you didn't have an intelligence modifier.
Yep.
So that also limits who wears it, which I do like that. I do like it kind of having a built-in limiter. Okay. And yeah, I guess realistically speaking, something like this, you would want it to be on the individual who puts it on. Like you would want it to attune to them.
Right.
And it's not really an attunement, but it's,
well, it is.
This one doesn't require attunement. Oh no, it does require. Oh yeah. Okay, they all require attunement. Okay, so this one just kind of, it's going to attune and it's going to fit with the individual.
Mm-hmm.
So the smarter the person, and that also from the BBG standpoint, as long as you're not a jerk DM and don't want to absolute min max, you don't have to give them a perfect 5.
Sure.
So they can only have like 2 or 3 in the whole battle, which is fine. And if a party member gets it, again, with the other ones, now you're kind of deciding, okay, who really benefits the most from this?
You're really not going to get a whole lot of value out of this. Like, yeah, it might be cool if you had it, but what, you use it like once or twice, and then...
Yeah, one, if you have a dumb barbarian, like a low intelligence barbarian, then it's not going to go on him.
I would actually love that on an artificer.
Oh, or
their intelligence. That's true. That's true.
Anybody, I mean, ranger, artificer, wizard, basically anybody of the glass cannon type, anybody that usually, if they're getting attacked, it's probably because they're either isolated or they got ganged up on. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you would want one of those kind of players to have it. And then with Elara's Grace, if that is provided, the total number of charges increases by 2. So it's 2, so it's your intelligence modifier plus 2.
Okay.
And this shield spell provides an additional plus 2 to AC.
Wild. That's so plus 7 to your AC.
Because shield normally does 5.
Correct.
So you get to do this. Okay, but again,
potentially up to 7 times if you have maxed out intelligence.
If you really wanted to burn that all at once, because again, it's only 1 per day, so
1 per day.
You only get 1 back at dawn.
Oh yeah.
So if you really wanted to burn all of them, yeah, you could, but you'd want to.
It depends. Yeah, exactly. It depends on like how big this fight is. It's like, how much time am I gonna have to recover before we get into our next big deal?
I mean, yeah, and a plus 7 to AC. I mean,
it's big, but it's okay. Here's the deal.
More often than not, that's basically saying hit me this round, but.
And which is fair enough, but again, when you get to higher levels, people are hitting hard.
Yeah,
hard.
I kind of honestly so from the party standpoint, I don't mind it because it's attached to intelligence. Thinking about this on a BBEG, yeah, I kind of don't mind this because this is kind of one of those nice items that you would be able to slip in to basically prevent the min-maxers from coming through and just outright slaughtering them in 2 rounds. So this is kind of the good defense to just ensure that you're going to get a good fight and your players aren't just going to literally throw everything they have all at once. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't mind it. So at this point, so what do we have? So we have a bunch of spells, anywhere from 8 to 15 levels worth of spells. We have flight, with 2 of our buddies with flight. and now we have a reactionary shield. Not a permanent shield, just a reactionary shield that will boost your AC in a moment's need. Okay, it's starting to feel heavy, but I think at this point, the only caution that I would provide anybody looking to use this is don't. Now, I don't say don't put this, on your BBEG, but don't put this on something that's already near impossible to beat.
So I will,
you know what I mean?
I will say this. Outside of artificers who at level 20 get a maximum of 8 attunements, most people can only attune to 3 things at a time.
I wasn't going to talk about that yet.
Oh,
because I wanted to see how many of these required attunement, because we're now at the 3rd one.
Oh, that's fair.
So at this point, I wanted to see, because that is going to be a very difficult thing, right? Attunement takes an hour. And when you're talking about a set, if all of these things require attunement, and it technically can't be worn all at once, it's going to be very difficult to justify how an individual like a PBG would have it, right?
That's true.
It would still make sense for a party, but then does it really make sense for a set if there's no lore that says this was meant for, like, the Knights of the Round Table kind of concept, right? These were made for the ones. But when you think of a set, normally you try to apply it to an individual. So I've been waiting to see if we're going to overdo it, because yes, you can have an artificer. And if the lore was that an artificer made these, I'd be okay with that.
Sure.
But we're getting into that territory of I'm wearing a bunch of these, but I have to decide every single day which ones I'm going to be interacting with.
To the point of the set, even if it's not an individual person, I will say at the very least, all of these so far have had an Elara's Grace attached to them. So whatever gives these items the ability to channel Elara's Grace might be what connects them, what binds them as that mentality that, like, all of these people, maybe there's some item that everybody has to go touch to, like, receive Elara's Grace. Maybe you have to, like, say some prayer or something like that. And so, like, only those who are with Elara's Grace can, I don't know. So I do think it'll be really interesting. Hopefully we get some of that.
I'm gonna laugh
those question and answers.
Last ring, because you were told that there is this last ring. What if the last ring is like once per day you can cast a spell and it'll give you like a piece of Elara's Grace, and then after so many successful casts you can get Elara's Grace on like one of the rings. So it's just like an in-game thing you have to make sure you do. Like, it's just like, that would be hilarious if like the last ring is part of gaining Elara's Grace.
I hope so, because that'll give us a good hint of like what actually it means and like how
because at this point it's just we know that these are they have 2 power levels, but we don't really understand how one obtains that. So I kind of have to assume the BBEG, if it were on an individual NPC, I kind of have to assume that if you've collected all of these, you have Elara's Grace, right? And then if it's part of the party, they would have to, my intent or my belief as a DM would be that they would eventually have to figure out how to get Elara's Grace.
Right.
So those are the other two angles that I'm trying to look at it as is, would the BBG be balanced if he had this, and assuming he has Elara's Grace? And then if the party, what would they have to do to get it? And then of course, we don't know, does it only take one? So if I have 6 of the 10 rings and then I'm able to achieve Elara's Grace, do all of the rings get blessed, or do they only get one get blessed and then I have to do something else to get Elara's Grace again for a different ring? So we also don't know that. Fair. We also don't know how the entire process works.
I like the idea of the fact that the BBEG maybe captured Elara and like is forcing her to give him his grace, and maybe that's the only reason that he can be attuned to all of them at the same time. Again, that's very specific lore to like make that actually have a thing.
And the BBEG is their like number one follower. They're paladin essentially.
Okay.
And so they are channeling everything, and maybe Elara's Grace is the ability to attune to multiple things. Like who knows?
That's fair.
Maybe that's what we learn is Elara's Grace is actually Elara giving you the ability to have 10 attunements. And then when you attune to all of these, all of the rings get activated to their higher level. Like, that could be an interesting tie-in to how you get these expended. But then again, it would kind of make each ring kind of crappy because you only ever get all of them until you get, yeah, it would be a very interesting campaign.
You split it up until I do remember earlier in chat, Lolcypher had mentioned that this could be like a campaign where yes, the BBEG has it at the end, or the players like adventure through the game collecting these rings up to the BBEG.
Right.
So
all right, so dump bots. Okay. So yeah, so far bunch of spells, flight, and we have the reactionary shield. So far, not very terrible. I can't really see, I would definitely see much more benefit in a party splitting these up, but it wouldn't make any one individual yet feel like they're hoarding all of it. I'm sure at this point you'd also have other magical items. And a BBEG doesn't sound, again, I wouldn't put this on an EEG that it could already stand their own, how you built it, and then you add these on. I love the idea of this is primarily why the BBEG, like,
this is why he's scary.
Like,
yeah,
he's still a 20 level mage. Like, he's still your level. He's still by himself. He's still wary, but he's not 1-on-5 scary. This is why he's 1-on-5 scary. That's the mentality that I'm kind of also would apply this as a DM is, don't put this on someone who by themselves could handle your whole party alone. This is what makes them the challenge.
This is what, okay.
Lolcypher says, general lore behind the ring. Ages the past, Elara was elusive wizard. Okay, so Elara is not a god. Elara is a wizard. In the Underdark, created the rings throughout her time researching ancient magic. Okay, and then more for DM interpretation. Okay, interesting. So that brings up more questions about what Elara's grace even is then. Now I'm more confused because Elara, I was thinking like deity because Elara's grace, but if it's just an ancient wizard, I'm assuming that more is like an imbuement then, like you go to them and they enchant it, I guess.
Interesting.
All right. Oh, so this is this guy. Huge one.
That's the one that you said was probably going to be one of the most powerful.
I would expect it to be like the powerful, like projectionary type. That's what I was kind of expecting. I mean, I guess it does kind of look like shield though.
Yeah,
like it does kind of have like the shield mentality to it, so that makes sense. All right, so we are in ring number 4. Ring of Counterspelling. Oof. Also requires attunement, so we're past the standard attunement amount.
Sure.
So we'll have to figure out how that works later. But Ring of Counterspelling. So already a little bit like concerning, but you know, give it a chance. I think
I could get the idea, you know.
So we have a silver ring adorned with intricate filigree and shimmering sapphire, and it has the following benefits. Counterspell charges. The ring has a number of charges equal to the wearer's intelligence modifier, minimum of 1. There's your minimum of 1. The ring regains 1 expended charge at dawn each day. So now we have 2 rings vying for your intelligence.
So if you have both of these,
no, they only have their own counters. They don't share the counter.
So if you had both of these rings, you would have the same number of charges for each of them, except one could be 0 and one couldn't be 0. That's really the only difference.
I mean, just looking at that alone, like your BBEG is not going to have that low of intelligence typically, but this automatically, like, it does kind of limit who you would give it to, but that's kind of the idea, right? Like, you would not give this to someone who couldn't essentially abuse it. And even if you gave it to someone who isn't officially a magic caster, you just have someone in the party who never reacts.
Some high intelligence fighters.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm thinking like a ranger or an artificer who never really uses the reaction, that you kind of just, so in the party, I could see, like, anytime you have a number of,
although I will say both of those rings are now vying for your reaction and you only get 1 per turn.
No, and that's true if you're wearing both of them, but looking at it from the party point of view, like, yeah, looking at it from the BBG point of view, that is true. It's still the reaction versus the shield, but it really does make sense. You would use the shield against melee, you'd use this against spells, and it just depends on what order they come at you, which ones you would use. So there is a choice there. So for the BBG, yeah, there's a little bit of balance there, but it's still a lot of counter spells. Like, played correctly, you could just, both sides, the player or the BBG, you both could bait the wizard into just killing a lot of their spells, right?
I believe that this counterspell will only ever count as the lowest level counterspell, which means that you cannot upcast it to automatically overcome certain spells.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, say if I'm casting like an 8th level spell and you cast a 3rd level counterspell, which is the minimum level,
right?
You're gonna have to roll to even see if that counterspell is effective against my 8th level spell.
Right. So there's still a chance to fail. I just feel like with counterspell, there's usually reasons but why it's limited to how many you get. Like it just seems like this could definitely be a headache for either DM or player. Like being able to have a BBEG that could literally just no. Like again, great for the min-maxing party. If you were a DM who has a bunch of min-maxers who are always trying to get one up on you, this would be great for your DM to have, or your BBEG to have, right? Because spike growth, no more cheese grater today, right? That kind of concept when they're like, oh, we got the monk, they can grapple you, they can, slide you around. You just counterspell that, right? So there's benefit and there's merit to that. But counterspell kind of sucks. Like we all have that mentality that it kind of sucks. Back to back you could literally just devastate the player that is the wizard. Like 3-4 times in a row, their best spells just gone in the BBEG fight. Again, assuming BBEG fight. Doesn't have to come from the BBEG. But from the leg that we're looking at it from as a set, if someone were to have accumulated those, if you're not careful, if you're not good at crafting the encounter and you are just trying to win the battle like the players are, that could become a quick scenario that you basically just tell the wizard you're not playing. And vice versa. If you're not careful with the players having the ring and you have a spell heavy BBEG or enemy, you basically just let them walk through it. So all I'm saying is that when you have that number of counterspell readily available, it opens the door for someone feeling shut out. And that's, if the players have it, that's on the DM, right? Like, hey, DMs, like, the players have it, don't give them spellcasters. But if you are using this like on a BBEG, you got to be careful not to just outright. It would basically be like stun locking the barbarian.
Yeah.
It's like, or breaking the ranger's bow right at the start of combat, right? It's like, or blinding the ranger. Like when you completely just take them out of the combat and don't let them have a recovery, that's what I would caution against.
There are some subclasses that have the ability to do things like automatically succeed on certain saving throws and things of that nature. And there are clearly creatures that have things called legendary resistances where they can just succeed on a saving throw when they fail. I definitely think that there is no reason that DMs can't create a legendary ability for their creatures that is just negate counterspell. It's like magic missile. It just freaking happens. If you try to counterspell me, I have so many uses of these. I got like 3 uses of these, but I can just say, no, you don't get to counterspell me today. You don't get to counterspell this spell. I'm going to make sure this happens, or whatever the case may be. Like, so I don't know, like, and maybe there's like 3 spellcasters and they all try to counterspell it, back to back to back, and he has to use them all right then and there. But like, he can do that type deal.
I'm not saying that this thing is broken. Whenever there's like even like a wand or a ring, a standard one of counterspell that just has it available, it's not that it by itself having a bunch of counterspells is bad. You are more than welcome to gather up the scrolls, gather up the ability to do it. I'm not going to ever stop you. I'm not going to ever tell you not to. But just as a cautionary tale for DMs mostly, because again, players, if you have it, DM can't work around it, DMs get better. But for DMs that would have it, my caution is be mindful that you are using this in a great cinematic narrative way and making it challenging, but be mindful you're not just going to like shut down your wizard, because that's when you have a bunch of counterspell. That's just what I feel tends to be the use of it.
Sure.
Is no spells today. And it's like, if you do that,
Yeah.
You isolate and alienate that one player in that battle. And it may not sound like it in the moment. It may just sound like he's just gonna, you're not doing anything today. But after 2-3 rounds, you're like, oh, well, we didn't get a long rest. You only give us a short rest. Those are my 3 spells, guys. And then you kind of realize, oh, good luck, everyone. And, and I think we've all been there as DMs, made a mistake, and you just realize that. But that's what I said. Not a problem. Just my cautionary thing of giving so much. But it does have 2 other options. So we have a free counter spell. It says when you are targeted by a hostile creature within 30 feet of you, you can use a reaction, expending 1 charge from the ring to cast counter spell as a reaction without a spell. Okay. I'm confused. So the ring has a number of charges equal to your intelligence modifier, so it's called 4. So it has 4 charges. And you can, as a reaction, use a charge to cast counterspell. Free counterspell says that if you're the target of, I'm assuming a spell, it doesn't say spell, but it says if you're targeted by a hostile creature within 30 feet, you can use your reaction expending 1 charge from the ring, so like normal, to cast counterspell as a reaction. But it says without a spell slot. I'm confused.
So I think the way this is laid out might be confusing as why, because we actually have a section that's just talking about the charges. It's not talking about anything else. It's not describing like what you can do with those charges. It's just explaining what the charges are. I think the free counter spell is what the ring does. Free counterspell is just what the ring does, and it's so like when you're targeted by a hostile within 30 feet.
You just have a number of charges, and then the second part is just saying that you can use them to cast counterspell.
I will say though,
so it's not just casting counterspell at any point; it's only casting counterspell when you are the target.
And this is a slightly nerfed version of counterspell because you have to be within 30 feet. Regular counterspell is 60 feet.
Gotcha. Okay. And you having to be the target definitely changes things.
Sure.
Quite
100%.
So again, that's kind of what you want to see when you're talking about being able to, give out a level of counterspell like this, like an amount of counterspells, because at least with that, it's probably going to be more reserved for personal defenses than it is going to be for shutting down like the whole encounter and the whole combat.
Got you.
So not necessarily a terrible thing, for a BBG to have. 30 feet still pretty damn generous though. I mean,
I will say, honestly, most spellcasters are not going to be within 30 feet when they're casting. A lot of good
spellcasters, but I'm just saying like 30 feet's just kind of generous for in terms of like, combat battle, like just like a battle arena, like a battle, just like the area that you're doing. Yes, you would be strategically outside of it, but a lot of the times, 30 feet is still really generous. I mean, it's still quite a bit of space, especially with the movement of 30 feet that you have. It's just like, it is very generous, but at the same time, anything less than that would kind of make it like useless.
I'll say the biggest thing that this would be helpful for is if you had multiple people in your party that could cast counterspell and you needed to like cover an area. Like they got like a bunch of spellcasters, but just having 30 feet, because again, like if I'm thinking of like how many scenarios am I going to be in where somebody's going to try and cast a spell at me that I want to counter spell, right? Say if I'm almost dead and they're going to cast a 1st level magic missile at me and I know I'm going to die, right? But they're doing it from 100 meters away.
True.
I can't do nothing with this, right? Now, granted, you couldn't do that with regular counterspell either, like because it's 60 feet, but still.
And I'm also thinking too, like there's a lot of times where if you're lucky to be that far away as a wizard, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of times where even the combat will just force their way into closing that distance, right? And then there's a lot of spells that do have distances themselves, right? So yeah, 30 feet is, I say generous, but then again, like I think it's more generous because I'm thinking in a lot of combats, if you're strategic enough to keep distance, that's one thing, but combats, especially with like BBEG, tend to be in smaller locations. So instead of it just being a standard combat where you all could have a chance to spread out, I'm putting it, I think I'm biased towards the idea that this is usually in a more of a confined space in terms of like a final battle tends to be more confined space. So my bias aside, 30 feet sounds fine, right? Like 30 feet does make sense if you have this tactics, if you have the ability to pace yourself, keep distance, and put yourself in the right position. I need to get more water. So, okay. So yeah, I'm cautionary with the use of multiple counter spells. But again, it's still using the reactions. The fact that it's against you definitely makes it a little bit more of a challenge. I think that that's probably what's alleviating a lot of my concern with this. Is if it were just general counter spell, that's I think just why it just sounds bad. If you just think of I can just counter spell anything at any point, that's a lot. But being able to only counter spell what's at you for a BBG, that makes perfect sense, because then he's not going to be stopping all of his minions from dying, right? So you're going to be able to take out the minions. And if it's on the party, whoever's wearing it is basically just going to use it for defense. So you're going to want your wizard, your glass cannons, like your barbarian isn't going to need this necessarily, right? Like,
unless they're trying to do some like dominate person or do some other crazy stuff to them.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true too. So, and then I'll leave you guys with Elara's Grace while I go get water for the hydrate. So Elara's Grace, if provided, Elara's Grace increase the counter spell range to 60 feet. And expanding a charge is a free reaction instead of using the character's reaction.
Oh, so now you have multiple reactions potentially being able to do. Now, I don't know how.
So it just basically sounds like this no longer. So this basically would mean that you could use this one and the shield one in tandem.
Yes.
Because it's removing.
Now, here's the deal.
Free reaction.
Here's the deal. Like personally.
You're talking about it.
Go ahead. I'm gonna say personally, I don't necessarily mind this. I don't mind the free reaction because, again, we're not 100% sure how rare Elara's Grace is going to be. We're not 100% sure how hard this is going to be to come by for anybody. So how much this increases the rarity of the item. But I'll say when it comes to being able to have a free reaction, I've toyed with this idea a lot. Now, the only concern that I really have is the fact that they're both leveled spells, right? And you're already getting another leveled spell with your reaction because it's technically not on your turn. So it's like, how many spells can you cast? How many leveled spells should you be able to cast with a reaction? All right, like, so I don't know, because even you can get Warcaster, you can cast spells as a reaction, like, so I don't know. I would probably rule something to the effect of, when it comes to free reactions, I will say you cannot, if you use this as a free reaction, you cannot use a spell for your personal reaction, the character's reaction. Like, that would be something that I would say.
I think where I would go with this one is I would probably, I don't know if I like the idea of a free reaction, because like you said, it's now getting into the territory of stacking spells in a single turn. It's getting into just, this is now basically free counterspell. A number of times equal to your modifier, but it's still free counterspell at this point. With Elara's Grace, that was where I was kind of, it's still against yourself. But now you basically are a walking denier.
No, you can't touch me.
So it makes you want to get closer. So this would be very beneficial to any up close fighter. You know what I mean? Like, who wants to just close that range. So that's where I have an issue. And I think I also I wouldn't give it to the player as a free reaction. I think what I would want to see myself, if you want to do this, right? If you kind of want to give the player something to this extent, is instead of it being tied to their reaction and the number that they can do, it would be more like a contingency, a free contingency. So you still get, I wouldn't even mind if Elara's Grace, did what we saw before, where it gives you, your modifier +2, right? It gives you more to be able to do.
Right.
But reword it to say that once per day, or once per, long rest, once per dawn, once per week, if a spell targeted at you within 60 feet would bring you to 0 hit points, it is counterspelled instead.
Oh.
So it is a basic...
I kind of like that.
It's not your reaction. It has nothing to do with you, but there's a very stringent contingency. So I like the idea of Elara's Grace, but I tend to like things that are protective in nature and they themselves have the imbuement, but it's not tied to your reaction. So then this way, it's not so much that you're getting more free counter spells and you're just being able to just deny it. It's more of you still get more counter spells as the ring would provide you. But now the Grace is more of if something were to take you down, we're going to counter it. I mean, imagine Power Word Kill.
I like that.
The VEG gets you down under 100, and then Power Word Kill happens, and Elara's Grace goes, no.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw what Lolcypher put in chat just now, but I think that kind of falls in line with what his original thought process was. Is this is kind of like automatic defenses type deal, which is why you would give him like the free reaction. But I do like that spin on it, where it's more like, hey, in specific situations it pops off automatically, like without me triggering it, right? Because everything here is like fully under your control. And again, you and I talk a lot about, again, a lot of back and forth, honestly, about player agency, right?
Yes.
And this is one of the rare times where I think the player doesn't need to have that type of agency, right? If it's gonna be free, I don't think you should get to choose when it happens, but I do think it should be super beneficial when it does happen.
And I love the idea of it just auto counters. And again, not a roll. This is, like you said, because before, this should technically be the lowest level version, right?
Yes.
And so it should be a challenge. I don't mind Elara's Grace just being an outright, like again, Power Word Kill, 9th level spell, automatic cancel. That's what I said, up to a week, right? I said even allow it to be recharged after a week.
How did you word it again?
Basically, it gives you 2 extra intelligence. So, your intelligence modifier plus 2 in terms of how many you can cast. But, once per day or once per week, that's recharge. If you were to be the target of a spell within 60 feet, that would bring you to 0 hit points. It is automatically.
That what Power Word Kill says?
No. Power Word Kill is if you're under like 100 hit points, you die.
So,
or death. Like you would basically just say that if a spell were to kill you, it is counterspelled instead. The idea would be that the one thing Elara's Grace does is an automatic, we won't let you insta die. Now, if it brings you to 1 hit point,
then you're at 1 hit point.
But Elara's Grace, I like the idea. The automatic save is it won't let you die from a spell.
Interesting.
And I want it. I'm glad you brought that up of hit points versus death, because I would want it to include Power Word Kill.
Okay.
For this, because it's a one-time deal and an automatic savior, that's why I would be okay with it basically saying it will auto save you from anything that would actually kill you. But other than that, you could just sit there and go to 1 health and they could just come up and punch you and you'd be dead. But that would be something I would be okay with more than just a repeat counterspell. I know what Lolcypher was saying about meant to be more of a close range, just kind of like being a little bit more agile.
Yeah.
But knowing how builds are and how subclasses are, I just feel like if given to a player or a party, this would definitely just make trying to challenge them with magic just more difficult and unnecessary, right?
Yeah.
I think it gives them too much of a leg up already. I think it needs to stick to their reactions in terms of the actual counter spell.
And that's fair enough.
But I wouldn't mind a above all savior moment, like that just negates any spell that would kill you. Because again, the fact that it has to be a spell that targets you, I want to say that it would literally probably have been built for Power Word Kill. Like it kind of sounds like the way that I'm describing it sounds like Elara almost built it to be an anti-Power Word Kill.
Oh,
because you're a powerful mage, you're up against other powerful mages. If you made this ring that says with my grace, you can't kill me with a spell. Doesn't matter what curse you send my way. It doesn't matter what you do. I'm always going to stay alive.
Question. What if somebody were to cast like a wish spell that wished you dead?
I would say the same thing. Any spell, like the whole point would be any spell that would cause you to die, go to 0 hit points, is negated. Like the whole point is it's a one-time get out of jail free card. It is a one-time, if you have Elara's Grace, that's why I give the caveat of potentially up to a week recharge. But the idea is that you are that in her grace that she will just get out of jail free one insta death from a spell. But that's it. It's only from a spell.
Right.
And it has to be able to be one that would actually kill you. So brings you down to 1 hit point. Oh well, if you have the optional rule where if you take so much damage, then you could potentially die from the, you know, the system shock. If you have that optional rule, it wouldn't protect you there. Because it's not the spell that killed you, it would be the system shock.
That's fair.
The, fact that
the spell just did damage. Yeah.
And then your ability to
handle that much damage at once is what killed you.
And yeah, Pokéniner, I think we both are in agreement with you too. I think the way we read this was that the use of counterspell would be at its minimum.
Correct.
So that would indicate its 3rd level counterpart.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of
version.
I've heard like the Wand of Magic missiles. You can expend an additional charge to upcast it once. So like I've heard of items being able to do something like that. So if you have like a 5 intelligence, you know, maybe you spend 2 charges to upcast it to 4th level, but like that's not articulated here, so I wouldn't read that. I don't think it
should be upcastable, because that I like the idea that if it's not upcastable, it kind of makes these rings available to anyone.
Yeah.
If it's upcastable, you kind of unintentionally direct it towards spellcasters.
Right.
And it wouldn't be fair to be like, give it to someone and be like, I can't use half of its ability. You can though, so might as well. Like, again, it's that subtle idea that it's meant, if you allow it to be better used by one class, it's basically for that class, right? So I kind of like the idea that it is just at its base.
I'm curious, Pokéniner, does that mean that you dislike how the Wand of Magic Missiles is set up? Because I've definitely had that conversation with other DMs before who also very much dislike the fact that the Wand of Magic Missiles is able to be upcast. They feel like it should. Every time you expend a charge, you're only allowed to do 1 at a time, and it's always at its base level.
Yeah.
But
okay,
you know.
So we have a bunch of spells that we can cast. We can fly. 2 of our buddies can fly. We have a reactionary shield, and we have reactionary spellcasting.
Reactionary spellcasting.
Or counterspelling. Reactionary counterspelling.
Got it.
All right. Again, put with the properly built BBEG, not one that without all of this would be very easy to handle the party, but a peer, right? A peer of the party, or someone who's slightly, you know, higher level than the party, but alone wouldn't be able to handle all of them that easily. And if these are what make them the challenge, I'm still okay with it.
Okay.
As from the viewpoint of one person owning all of this as a set, I'm still not upset with it.
Mm-hmm.
But you really have to give me a BBEG that in and of itself isn't a challenge. Like they would have to have some relatively basic spell lists. They wouldn't get a bunch of the fancy spells, because now you're just, you know, basically giving them every unique spell in the spell book. Like I'd want them to have a catered spell list. I'd want them to have some maybe basic feats, you know, nothing super special that they individually can do. I basically, I would just really not want them to so basically mean that this is all of their power, like that's all they are. But I would like to see a BBEG that leans into this, like leans into the fact that it's like, this
is what we do.
Like he's almost like, you know, deluded himself that he can't be touched because he's got the rings, right? Like just the ego of, I would want him to use these almost as a crutch than an actual side thought.
You know what? I would be down if there was a BBEG who like created a staff that could attune to rings specifically. And so he was able to like attune this staff to all of these rings and then use the staff to like do all the stuff. Like maybe like there's an artificer that found a way to do some things like that, because again, they're really good with like figuring out how to like attune to different things. Like I don't know if that should be possible. Maybe you had to like create like a sentient object or something like that, or maybe he had to like trap somebody's soul, and maybe he had to trap multiple people's soul so he could attune to multiple things into this object, and that's how he's able to, I don't know. I think that would be a very interesting idea, like putting this on like an item to say that's how he was able to attune to so many different things.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
All right. So we can fly, got a bunch of spells, got shield, and we got a reactionary counter spell. Yeah, I think the only thing that majorly I would change is just how Elara's Grace works. I would just mainly just like that to be more of a one-time automatic reaction than just a free counter spell.
Right.
I think that tells me it balances a little bit more. Trying to catch up to you, Pokediner. I don't think we've changed too much of the parameters. I mean, realistically, we were only changing the fact that going from just being able to have Elara's Grace doing free reactions, and just basically having a number of counter spells there. I think really that was just our only major change. I mean, we suggested a couple other variants, but really the idea of having this many counter spells from the rings, I don't think is overly broken. I think it's just cautionary because again, it could it could really disrupt some gameplay if used incorrectly. But again, being mindful with how you would spread it about the party, I just think Elara's Grace is a little bit too much.
Okay, fair enough.
Or is it the rings were never meant for one person? Okay, so Marty's getting the vibe that this is definitely meant for a party, not an individual.
Okay.
And yeah, we don't really know exactly.
And with the attunements, we were kind of getting that vibe ourselves in the first place.
And that's kind of the thing where it's like, I'm trying to imagine like, you know, how you could have a BBG have all of these and whether or not it's they change the attunement over time or whatnot. But again, I'm looking at that from the idea of when you create a set, you know, if it's going to be for multiple people, what I'm hoping then we can figure out is which rings belong together. Like if it's going to be a set for multiple people, I would then expect these rings to go in groups of like 2 or 3.
Right.
So we'll have to look at it from that point of view as well, right? Like really nail down, because obviously having one person have all of these doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? Like having the collection would be one thing, like just having a bunch of rings that they collected over time. But the idea of having all of these built require attunement definitely doesn't give me the feeling like these were meant for one person.
Right.
So we're still trying to figure out like synergy wise, they haven't really done anything for each other. Like we haven't really seen any, inner workings just yet, but so far we haven't seen anything that makes this individual yet be so overwhelmingly powerful that you wouldn't want to run up against it.
Yeah.
So a challenge for sure, but without a full min-max that's planning for all of this, it's pretty mundane what we're getting.
100%.
Like we're getting some good stuff, but that's just like picking a really good feat for your build.
Very much.
All of these could be really good.
That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Like, you know, especially when we're talking about Elara's Grace, like, yeah, it's a super buffed up version of the feat, but it still really feels kind of like you get a really cool feat. So I'm here for that.
Yeah. Okay. So now we move on to number 5. Number 5.
Yes.
All right. So now we move on to Ring of the Unseen. Again, very rare, requires attunement. Silver and gold ring that is adorned with intricate filigree, precious jewels, and it seems to shimmer with an inner light. When attuned, it grants the following benefits. Unseen aura. The wearer emits an aura of mundaneness that makes them seem unremarkable and ordinary. Any magical effect that attempts to gather information on the wearer, such as scrying or appraisal, will provide no useful information. Elara's Grace. This ring will have 3 charges of Disguise Self. The wearer can use an action to expend a charge without using a spell slot. The ring gains 1 charge daily at dawn. So first immediate knee-jerk reaction, those 2 should be switched. Elara's Grace and the standard ability should be switched.
Interesting.
Because at first I thought that this was just about the aura and people being able to read your aura, because there are spells that can read people's aura.
Mm-hmm.
But once I read it stops scrying, appraisal, like when it
says such as scrying, because there's like a bunch, like
so
there's eyes.
That's telling me that's really powerful to basically shut you down or to shut you off from like magical view. I don't know if as a base, and then you tell me later I can get 3 charges of Disguise Self. Disguise Self is nothing. Like I would much rather I get a ring that disguises self, and then the upgrade makes me visible.
My first
to scrying and things like that.
My first thought wasn't that necessarily that they should be switched, but that Disguise Self should be Alter Self, because Alter Self is way better than Disguise Self.
Yeah, or Alter Self. Right.
And I would even say like it almost gives you like a really good opportunity to like impersonate somebody.
Yeah.
To just like become somebody, to like be something that you aren't for like the time being. Like,
yeah,
I'm not 100% sure how I would go about it, but
yeah, I think especially with the way that the other ones were made too, starting with something that has the charges and then upgrading to something that's just that. To me, I can't get over the idea that I'm just put this on and I'm invisible to all magic. That, and then I can disguise. Like, why even bother with disguise self? Like, I mean, you would think that the level would be disguise in person and then eventually disguise at a distance, but this is disguise at a distance and then disguise in person. It's kind of counterintuitive to how I would expect it to work. So I would probably like to see it switched, because yeah, just being able to hide from scrying is pretty big deal in my opinion. That's a really big deal in my opinion. The 3 charges of disguise self is fine. I don't see. I kind of agree with you. Alter self would have been fine too.
Even if you switch it, I still think alter self would do way better.
Yeah, I agree with it. Otherwise, though, I will say this is the first ring that we talked about. I mentioned just a second ago. So far, no, not a lot of synergy, not a lot of interplay. This is the first one that I just don't really feel fits yet. Like out of the first 5 rings, I get to this one, and when I heard unseen, I thought it was going to be a ring of invisibility.
Yeah.
Then we get the no scrying, which I get, but then the disguise self, alter self. So yeah, I think that with this one, it just, from the point of view of, if I put it on a BBEG with the rest of them, right, and interchange them, it may work in a narrative sense of, I'm going to put the BBEG somewhere that you meet him several times in disguise, and then you find out.
And you didn't realize that was him.
And then, yeah, you find out, because like maybe he had a pet with him. And then eventually you meet the BBEG and you're like, it's the pet. It's the guy. It's the old man from the harbor and the old man from, like, you know what I mean? Like, that would be a reason to have this in there for BBEG. But again, we're kind of talking and thinking, we're leaning more towards this is a set intended for a party. Why? Like so far, I don't understand. One's making me fly, one's helping me defend myself, one's giving me more spells, and I know that we're only halfway through, but now suddenly one's making one person either disguise themselves or one person that they can't follow. But you can, if you're in a party, right? If these were meant for a party, who cares if one person can disguise himself? Unless only one of you is actually being tracked. And again, that would be a plot point. It kind of feels like this is a wasted opportunity that doesn't make a lot of sense for.
Specifically because we have the flying ring where you can give charges to other people. My mindset is party, right? And so if my mindset is party, then now I'm thinking change it up a little bit, and instead of disguise self, make it seeming. Seeming is something where you can do up to 8 people. Oh, you can make it. It's
like a perception. Yeah.
Yeah. So like you can do like a large number of people, right? So if it is for a whole party, a whole group of people, and then I would say something to the effect of, I don't know, like,
or I mean, if you're going that route, why not say the base is that you have a number of charges equal to your wisdom modifier, say this time, right? We'll change it up a little bit. But you give it a different modifier and say you have that many charges when you attune to this ring. And maybe what you have is this ring can cast disguise self and disguise other.
Okay.
So you have a number of charges equal to something, and then you can cast that on the party, right? That would make it more of a party-oriented one. And then you could say that the Elara's Grace is that, you can't be scryed upon. So at least that's one extra level.
I really like the idea of making the Elara's Grace kind of like what's it called? The party stealth spell, Pass Without Trace. So imagine if you made Pass Without Trace and you shifted it a little bit, instead of like you're really good at stealth checks, like the same area of effect type deal, but when it comes to scrying and being able to
like a different like a whole different spell essentially.
Yes. Like yeah. I think something like that could be interesting to play with, especially if you are again thinking like this is supposed to be like a party thing. And again, you're going through, because when Lolcypher was first talking about this, he mentioned like this could be like a campaign, like people are going through to collect these, and these are all the things that are going to be necessary to beat the BBEG or whatever the case may be. Or they just want to collect power for whatever reason. But like you guys collect these along the way, and your whole party can put them together and use them.
Marty had a good idea. If we were going to do the disguise self and disguise other variant, the charges would be equal to your charisma modifier.
Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
I actually think that if you're going to use that kind of a variant, it would be fine. Aki, the reason why they all can't be worn by a single person is due to the attunement. Typically, characters can only have 3 max attuned items. Some characters, like artificers, can go up to 8.
Yes.
So as of right now, we're on ring 5. You'd only ever be able to have 3 of these active at one time if you're a standard character. Correct. So that's what leads us into believing that these were made with the intent of being brought together by a group of people. I just feel like this one is just it doesn't feel like it fits.
It is. I will say this: it's the weakest Elara's Grace, like scale wise.
Yeah, it seems a little backwards in my opinion, but it also just
because all the other ones made it like crazy powerful when they had Elara's Grace.
It's hard for me to see how this works with the other ones too, right? Like it's hard for me if one person was choosing between all of these. It's a unique idea to have this, and then it's a unique thing to put on a party because you're only helping one person. And again, it's very rare unless it's a plot point, like, that individual has like a backstory. When does it happen that only one person in the party is known? That, like the BBEG or a wizard would be fine.
I mean, I'll say, like, I've had plenty of characters who have backstories that, like, there's some secret organization after them, right? And it doesn't have anything to do with...
But in campaign...
Exactly.
Does it happen often where only one of the party members gets someone's attention? And then if they do they know that they have their attention often? Or is it usually that they don't know they got made, right? Like they don't know that the person's following them. So giving one person the ability to hide is, you really have to know that you are the one being followed, right? I feel like that's too situational to be considered part of a good set. Like, you're telling me Elara was like, just in case you piss off the wrong person or this group of people, in case one of you pisses off the wrong person, I want to make sure you can hide. That's where like the trying to add in that lore aspect, right? When you look at it from the point of view of a set, is how does this ring tie in with the rest? Like, what does this ring provide? One provides movement, one's providing reaction in combat, or 2 of them are providing different reactions in combat for defensive purposes, and one's enhancing spells. This one's just helping someone not get noticed, but it's only one person. So it's hard to justify how does that being dropped into a party truly stand out, right? I think that's where looking at it as a whole, right? Because the individual ring is fine. I mean, I don't think the individual ring like has a bad idea behind being able to disguise yourself and hide from scrying. But when looking at it as the set, where does it fit in? Like what part of the story is this telling?
Yeah.
And what solution is it providing?
I agree.
So I think that's where I'm thinking, but we have 5 more rings to go. So we may still have more that makes this make more sense, or we could see more of a tie-in, because like the flight ring, you have the counter spell and the shield definitely go hand in hand, right? That's definitely helping, any level of fighter or even just the weaker, mages, right? Obviously the expended spell slots, or just being able to cast magic can be almost beneficial to anybody.
Yeah. And same thing with fly.
Yeah, and then fly is definitely more helpful for the group too in certain situations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I definitely think that the fly, while you could make the justification for giving it to like the ranger so they always have advantage, that's not always going to be the best thing to just have them ready for it with combat, right? Sometimes you want, these can be utilized in multiple situations. So so we'll see if we can find more uses for this and why this would like round out a whole party. Lolcypher asks, has anyone seen Freyrin? Similar concept.
Oh, love Freyrin.
So hiding power levels from prying eyes, avoiding unwanted attention. See, I get what you're saying, but it's only for one person. If you have a party of 5 or 6, there's no way that only one of you is drawing attention. I don't know what narrative that game would have where only one of you is so powerful. Like, again, the BBEG, I could see why the BBEG would want this, right? Like an individual would want to the scrying part, not so much the disguise part, but the scrying. I'm just not sure how that would make sense that you're hiding your power.
Yeah,
if
you're going to say hiding your power, I would say that there are some weirdly very, very underused abilities. I think there should be so many more abilities associated with this, but where you can like literally assess the traits of the individual you're observing, right? So it's like, hey, I can look at you and I can tell what your level is, or I can tell what your CR is, or I can tell what your strength stat is.
Or reading over
exactly.
There.
Like, and so like imagine if, because in the Faerun series, like the big thing about it is there's this mage that just looks like an ordinary mage. Like she looks like a really powerful mage, but just but just like any other really powerful mage, right? But the reality is she's like exponentially more powerful than she appears because she's constantly spending so much energy suppressing her mana.
Okay, so
right?
Very standard anime concept of hiding power level.
And so like if that's what you're trying to do here, like I would say like you either give off specifically false readings when people try to assess that of you or something like that would actually help somebody like in the series underestimate you or be like, hey, you could challenge any one of us to a fight. Oh, I want to fight that little weak. Oh, you really? You sure?
I mean, so it's
kind of like people do with Robin and the Teen Titans.
So like, it sounds like that would work in a specified situation, right? In a specified campaign. But
yes.
Handing this off to any DM, just in any campaign, I don't know if it would come across that way. Because there really isn't in the standard D&D community. I don't think there's a concept of power level. In like, they're not watching you that way. You are going to interact with the things you need to interact with at the level. The idea that you need to hide your power level, I don't know if that's a D&D concept that I can get behind.
I would say there's not a lot of like gameplay mechanics to like put that into
so I feel like if that's part of the narrative,
get that.
It might make this a little bit too situational to
that's fair enough
for me to wrap my head around in terms of like when would it be useful. Okay, so this one's a little bit more for, I guess, the lore, you know, the wizard being a recluse, so wanting to hide themselves.
Got you.
And again, that makes sense, that part, but the disguise self, I guess that's if you needed to leave and
you want to go into town and buy some stuff. I don't look like myself or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and then again, I definitely think that those would be switched. Okay, so that's number 5 now. Okay, so
that's
now
number 5.
Have another 5 to go. Here we go. So now we have the Ring of Malice Detection. Silver gold ring adorned with filigree and a shimmering ruby. Malice Detection. The ring has a number of charges equal to the wearer's intelligence modifier.
Loving that intelligence. You want to be smart. All right.
Would be nice to see a little bit of a change.
Variety.
Right? Because if it's meant for an individual, it's... Okay, so if it's meant for one person, again, BBG concept, it's a little bit of a... Like, I get that it's built by Elara. She's probably very intelligent.
I'll at least say...
But from a DM point of view, leaning on one thing for the individual seems a little bit like too heavy-handed. It seems like a little bit too min-maxy, where it's like, if all of this is on intelligence, of course I'm going to give the BBEG a massive amount of intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not, because I'm going to feel like I need to reduce how many of things they can do, right? I just think that, yes, Elara, lore-wise, may have put it on her highest stat. It makes sense. But when you try to apply it from I'm trying to, giving this out to a greater community, you would think that you'd want it, especially for the concept of if it's trying to be encouraged to be put towards a party.
Right.
Not everyone has high intelligence. So you're also kind of like saying not everybody can wear these, because the majority of the useful ones, you need high intelligence, and not everybody, maxes that stat out. So I think for the concept of being able to be approached by multiple classes and multiple players in a party mindset, I would like to see more variety. But
I feel that
lore-wise, again, if that's her max stat, why wouldn't you make everything your max? So
exactly,
I get it, but
at the same time, no, I understand that.
This ring recharges or gets 1 charge back daily at dawn. Again, so we get these daily or these delayed recharges, which is nice. You get to use your action to expend 1 charge and activate the ring, granting you the ability for 1 minute. So following ability for 1 minute.
Okay.
Aura of Malice. You can see an aura around any creature within 30 feet of you. The aura is faint blue if the creature has no malice or ill intent towards anyone. If the creature has malice or ill intent towards someone else, the aura becomes more intense blue. If the creature has malice or ill intent towards you, the aura becomes blazing red. If it has Elara's Grace, the aura of malice effect can be turned on and off at will without expending a charge, and the time limit does not apply. Okay. So
I feel like this... It almost feels like there's like half and half, very much combat oriented and other half kind of like, what do you call it? Socially oriented.
Yeah, like
you know what I mean?
Oriented. So what I'm getting here on this one is, because we've talked about this before, I'm not a huge fan of the idea that magic has intelligence. Like,
understood.
I'm not a huge fan. I don't subscribe to the idea that magic itself, a spell, has intelligence, right? A spell does not know what a target is. It does not know what a living creature is. The rule behind targeting the living creature is what the spell can affect, right? But the spell doesn't know things, right? That's why most spells, it's what you can see or you have to know, right? The intent of the spell comes from the caster. So
agreed.
I'm always wary when giving spells intelligence, right? So my first hesitation is that the base, I feel, gives off a lot of information. I think that at base, and it also would make sense for the idea that kind of like, again, the subclass mindset of getting it and then working its way up. I feel like the base should just be able to tell malice or not. So within 30 feet, it's blue or red, period. They either have malice intent or they don't, but no idea to who. I would like to see Elara's Grace be able to give you the ability to know it's directed towards you. And with all the other ability, I don't mind that turning it on and off. I mean, I figure at that point you just have it on at all times. Like, there'd be no reason to turn it off, but maybe it gets weird to see.
Distracting, whatever.
But otherwise, I feel like I get the idea of just having it on at all times. I don't mind that. But at base, being able to know the intent and where it's directed, I feel like that is just very powerful. And at a base, you know, as a intro to the item, I would much rather it be, you can tell if someone has malice intent, you just don't know where it's going to be directed. But the level up version lets you know.
So you can walk into a room and be like, yo, that guy's about to kill somebody.
Exactly. You could know that guy's probably going to rob you. Well, how do you know? Well, there's only 3 of us here. I have a sword. He has, you know, he looks like he's a mage, and you're a shopkeep. We're on our way out and he's walking in with malice intent. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't have to be towards me. I just know that dude's probably going to rob you or he's going to hurt you, right? And malice doesn't mean physical aggression.
That was going to be my second question is there a limit to what we are determining as malice? Like, when I'm thinking that this is going to, because from my perspective, it needs to have at least some sort of hard line. And for me, that hard line would be
it says ill intent, malice or ill intent. So like you could find out a pickpocket. If a pickpocket has marked you, they would become malice colored, right? In this particular case, rules is written, it would turn blazing red because
it's to you.
And, you know, that would definitely make sense lore-wise if she's very, you know, if Elara's very paranoid and just wants to know. But in a terms of magic, the level up process, I feel like it feels better if the base was you can just see in magic, or you can just see ill intent. And then the level up is, you know, if it's directed at you, because it also makes sense lore-wise where at first, you know, very paranoid, she wants to see if there's any ill intent, and she's always in home, so she just needs to see if her servants have ill intent, right? Mm-hmm. But then eventually it gets into the, oh, I need to know if it's against me or, you know, whatever. Like, I could see that that's the logical process. But that's what I mean, I don't mind the 30 feet. I mean, maybe even that could be dropped. I could probably see more like 10 feet and then the level up is 30 because, again,
depends on how low level we're talking about potentially getting these things.
Like outside of combat, 30 feet, again, like what becomes relevant after 30 feet outside of combat?
Yeah.
In terms of something like this, of you're not really going to pickpocket, you know, you're not going to...
like 30 feet's like way longer than shouting distance.
Like a pickpocket's not going to mark you a half a mile away. They're going to mark you within 30 feet. So, you know what I mean? Like, I could also see that could be played with, but that's not my biggest issue. I think that as a base, just automatically knowing where it's directed just feels weird. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels too much knowledge.
Okay.
But otherwise, I do get this one in terms of the lore. I would say that I like this one better than the disguising one. Like, as a non-combat oriented one.
Right.
I actually really like, I like this one more because yes, it fits in with the lore a little bit better, and with the disguise self, it seems too situational. With this, even if you gave it to a party, being able to be like, hey guys, we're gonna walk into a seedy place. Hey, keep your eyes open, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I could see this being beneficial just to know who potentially is the aggressor. I can also see there is a small synergistic here. Actually, it's our first synergy.
Oh, okay.
So gotta give points where points are due. There is the first synergy between two different rings. If you have this ring active in combat, this is where I would also suggest where reducing the aura of malice to only good or bad and not knowing the orientation, because then you can give Elara's grace the orientation and actually make it slightly more powerful, because then in combat, all the enemies would be pink, because obviously they all have malice intent, right? That's the base. But if you have Elara's grace, they would only turn raging red right before they target you. So therefore, if you're looking on the battlefield and that person turns red, you can prep your counterspell. You can say, I'm not going to use my reaction for this.
Right.
Because that guy is a spellcaster and he just turned red. Therefore, he's going to target me with a spell next. I cannot use my reaction for my shield, and I'm going to use my reaction for counterspell instead. So I'm going to let this guy with a dagger hit me because I see that he's about to hit me. That's how I would want to use this in combat, is if you have the other, because I do like that the low level version synergy makes sense for walking around town, just knowing who's there. But being able to know if it's targeted you makes sense for Elara, but for a party, it makes more sense with the synergy of the other abilities to know, oh, I should use this other ring, right? So first synergy I've noticed is this could absolutely trigger you to understand what ring you need to use next. If you're using the counterspell, the shield, even the ring of extra spells, right? Just knowing which enemy,
depending on what you got stored in there, for sure.
I love that idea that even before the enemy's turn or at the start of their turn, they instantly, like, whenever the DM decides that they've decided it, you get the trigger in game. I kind of like that because it gives you a different view of the battlefield. You know what I mean? If an enemy is red and then suddenly goes pink, you could say he's about to attack someone else. Like,
I'll say that might put a little bit of extra work on the DM to like play around with, like
who's paying attention to who.
Exactly. It's
I like that though. I kind of like it.
I mean, I do too. Like, I love the idea. It adds a lot of realism to what's happening. But I'll say, I even me as a DM, like, I would have a hard time being like, who ear are you paying attention to right now? You're like, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, all right. I don't know. But I really would, like, especially if I could play in a game where that's like happening and happening well, like I would enjoy it a lot. I would. Check. We have a posture check. Oh, posture check indeed, please.
So I'm gonna point out, and hydrate. I'm gonna point out Lolcypher's comment here. I'm not sure I agree with this one, so I'm curious what your viewpoint is. He says that he thinks that these would also be good for a solo or a low party count gameplay. And I am
what do you
definitely
mean by solo?
I'm not vibing with this being any time before 8th level. I
think you meant like low party count, like instead of having 6 people, you only have like 2 or 3 people.
Oh, that would be messy. Having because you're basically like everyone. Well, you're basically giving every character at that point 2 or 3 rings, plus all of their feats, all of the normal build, all of their stuff. Like, that would just be. It's kind of like you were saying for just
the
BBEG feats, right? Like extra spells,
like beefing them up to the point where they would be scary for those people. Like, this is them like lightweight doing that to the player party,
but the party can already do that with a really good character build, right? Like, I mean, feel like this, I don't know if I would put this on a low level, and I don't know if I would put this on a party of less than 4, like maybe 4 minimum, but I think 5 or 6 party makes more sense to spread it out, because
spread the level a little bit more.
You also have a lot of versatility with the 5 or 6 already, but there are always gaps. There's always somewhere that the party didn't quite fill up, and that's where I feel like these would definitely lean into. But yeah, I don't know about a solo or a smaller party game. I feel like this would just be adding too much, and at that point you might as well just let them have a couple extra feats at the beginning of the game, or let spellcasters cast more magic, right? Or just give them more magical items, like just regular magical items. I don't know if these would really fit the same bill. You know what I mean? I think there's an easier way to get there than with these particular ones. I think this is definitely deserving of a much bigger campaign, right? I don't know if I would feel comfortable having these not tied to the plot or the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if these were just trickled as regular items I could randomly find, they're just, I don't like, they're fine individually, but they would really have to be part of the story. You know what I mean? Like to really live up to being a set and to make sense for why you would want to accumulate them instead of just randomly have them. I think that you would want this to be either the BBEG's trying to get them, so you're trying to get them first, and you guys are like racing, so you have 5 of them, they have 3 of them, you're racing for the last 2 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, any way to tie it in to make it a purposeful event in the story, I think is where these would shine. I think just as a set that you would put in your D&D campaign, I don't think it would, like, I don't think it would really sit well to just be out there just to go look for. I think it would really make sense to have this as like a campaign focus. a central focal. Yeah. No, I get that. Okay, so other than that, so with the malice detection, yeah, I don't mind it. It's not like uber powerful. I just feel that I'm just hesitant on giving magic intelligence. So right out the gate, the fact that it can just, go yes, no, directed at me. I don't know. I'd like to see a lower version of that first, of just the yes or no.
Fair enough.
And then Elara's grace makes sense to where whenever you turn it on for free, it's direction.
Yeah.
And then that gives you something to strive for, but then it also gives you way more actionable in combat. Because if you don't give it that, if it already has that ability, I don't really, like you said earlier, Elara's grace was kind of weak on the other one. This is also kind of weak because all it's doing is letting you use this for free and permanently if you wish. So you're only saving yourself the charges, which you get equal to your modifier. But how often are you trying to turn this on and off?
I mean,
I don't know if the Elara's grace on this one solves a problem.
I don't
think I'm running out of this thing.
Elara's grace in this one is more just quality of life type deal. Like, yeah, it's nice and more convenient. Like, I don't have to pay attention to it nearly as much, but like it doesn't give me anything more.
And
like,
again, if we're thinking about Elara's grace, it's something you have to earn, like something you have to get, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's something that just doesn't come with it. This, like, is that really a reward? You know what I mean? Like,
oh, Hecate, thank you for the 10 bits, bro.
Thank you so much, bitty bitties. So yeah, so I just think, like, for me, I would
for all 10 rings. Oh, that's dope.
That's cool. I think I would just really like to see the Elara's grace do more. You know what I mean? Like reward for the achievement, for the effort, whatever it is that grants you the Elara's grace. Like the other ones, we want to see it really step up instead of it just become a permanent. I mean, I don't mind it becoming a permanent, but I really feel like the direction and intent would be like the real capstone for it.
No, I feel that.
But otherwise, again, I'm actually really curious about this one. Like, the idea of being able to, like, again, depending on how Lolcypher had planned it, I like the idea of this being able to pinpoint when the difference between an enemy group against your enemy group versus the individual enemy that is about to target you. Because if you just kind of take it as is, and it's like, if the creature has malice intent towards someone else versus you, well, if I'm in a party of 5 and we come up against bandits who want to hurt us at level 5, all of those bandits want to hurt all of my party. So they'd all be red because they want all of us hurt. But I like the idea of pinpointing it where if they're not right then and there about to attack me, it's that they have malice intent. But it's not until they go, I am going to action my malice intent against you, is when it goes red. I really like that. In combat, that would be a really unique thing to give one player that kind of insight. Because the DM doesn't tell you until you get attacked, right? But telling one player, like, you're the one being targeted, just gives you, even just for an extra half a round, just a few seconds to plan a move against it.
I really like this for a lot of reasons, because you could even do the opposite. Imagine you come up against a group of bandits and only one of them has malice intent.
Oh, so you could, or imagine this, the rogue could use it, hide in shadows, and then you'd know immediately if someone saw you, because they would like go red because they'd have like, you know what I mean? Like, you could almost use that to just guarantee that you could, like, so yeah, there's a lot of ways that you could use that level of metadata.
Yeah.
Because again, it's up to the DM and will they tell you only right before you get attacked to give you a counter spell or a reaction, like a boost to that, or will you be like me and be like, hey, that guy over there, like, you know, he just attacked that guy. Oh, by the way, he's now red to you. Yeah. I would tell you right out the gate the moment you would notice that you are now his new target, right?
I really like the idea because this gives a lot of opportunity for a player DM interaction, and like you and your DM can decide like what this looks like for you guys. Be like, hey man, you always have advantage on stealth checks, or not stealth checks, but like certain types of checks for people, or whatever. You can know
when to de-escalate conversations,
right?
Like when suddenly the conversation's been like. I also like the idea too. There could be a really cool cinematic moment. Where can you imagine like they have a cinematic moment where the party activates it and there's like just a group of people or like a bunch of enemies and they like they're all like either half blue and a couple pink, and then he like whatever, you know, like if you're the wizard and you do something and then all of a sudden red. So like that could be a cinematic moment where like people are hostile, but not towards you. And then you do something and then it's just everything turns red. And it's like, yo, done fucked up.
Imagine, because like I think about, we were talking about roles the other day, you know, imagine you're the tank and you want to aggro everybody. So everyone's like coming for you, like you're a barbarian or something. And you could be sure you have the attention of all the people you need to have attention of, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's definitely more merit into this one than the disguise one, I think. Lore wise, the disguise one makes sense, but this one I'm feeling gives a lot more versatility, especially if we just, again, I think we just need to make Elara's Grace a little bit more fulfilled. Sure. That's my only comment really on this one is I don't necessarily like that you get all three phases at once or, you know, right off the gate, but I do think Elara's Grace just could use a more rewarding feature than just you can have it on as long as you want, right? Because I don't mind that, it's just not enough. I feel that, because without it I have a hard time believing that I'm ever going to get in a situation where I'm like, I use it and I'm like, man, I just need one more use, you know what I mean? Like, to turn this on and see if someone has malice intent towards me, like how often am I burning that up so often that I'm just like, man, if I could just have this on all the time, you know what I mean? I don't think I would ever work for that. Like we talked about earlier, let's say if you get Elara's Grace, you have to choose whatever ring it goes to, and you have to earn a new Elara's Grace for every ring. If you had 3 rings on you and you earned an Elara's Grace, is this that important? So far of all the other rings that we've talked about, I don't know if having this on all the time is that important. And even from Elara's lore point of view, why wouldn't she have, you know, like why would her own grace like give it to her permanently? You know what I mean? Like it's just, if that's the only thing it does, right? You would think that she would make it slightly more powerful than just permanent. So that's really my biggest critique, is I just don't know if this is rewarding, but otherwise I don't mind the idea behind this. It's actually a fascinating concept for roleplay purposes for
sure. Like I said, I really think there should be more mechanics like this.
Are we on number 6 or 7?
Ooh, let us check.
I think that was number 6.
So we have extra spells, we have flight, we have shield, we have counter spell, we have hidden from scrying, and we have malice intent. So that was 7.
We're at number 8 then? Are we that far?
I think so.
Yep. So 2, extra spells.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Flight. Yep.
No, maybe that's just 6.
Reactionary shield. Reactionary counterspell, disguise, and detect malice. Okay, so that's 6.
That's 6.
That's 6. So now we're number 7.
Now we're on number 7. Got it.
Ring of mirrored deception. Another very rare. Mythical ring adorned with intricate silver filigree and inlaid with shimmering sapphires.
Beautiful.
Mirrored deception. The ring has a number of charges equal to the wearer's intelligence modifier. Again, at this point,
Got it.
We don't need to keep re-mentioning it, but variety at this point would be nice.
Cool.
You can use your action to expend one of the charges and cast Mirror Image without expending a spell slot. The ring recharges 1 charge daily at dawn. So
again, kind of standard for the rest.
So Mirror Image, pretty standard.
I love Mirror Image. Yeah, love that it doesn't require concentration. Doesn't require concentration.
And this wouldn't matter anyway because.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if any of these would require concentration, I would imagine that the The caster still has to concentrate.
I've always actually wondered how DMs do that. I've never actually because I that's always an interesting one on whether or not concentration spells can be cast without a person. Like, can they be cast through, like a wand or something? Can they be charged? I can see that off a spell scroll, but like, can a concentration spell be charged like in a wand? And therefore, if cast by the item, does it require concentration by you since you're not the one actually casting it?
I would say
we don't need to get into it now.
But yeah,
it's always a unique question because I haven't actually dove into the intricacies of that in terms of like, has Crawford made a ruling? Is there actually something in the DMG specific to it?
Right.
But that is a weird concept. If you're not technically casting the spell, how are you concentrating on it?
See, that's where I would say even if you're casting through like a wand of magic missiles or a wand of whatever that would require concentration, I would still say the caster's casting. Like, you're using your action, like there's something from you, even if it's not your magic.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking like something that has a command word. All it needs is a command word, but then who's concentrating? Like, you're not you just said a word and then it did it, right? What do you concentrate? Like, it's fascinating. We'll have to get into that. Like, we'll get it. Ooh, I'm gonna write that down in the Discord real quick. As a topic idea. I need to research this. What are we gonna title that? Saving concentration spells. I'll title it that, and then I'll hopefully remind myself what that means later.
Got you.
All right, so this lets you cast mirror image without expending a spell slot. So the only thing that we could infer at this point, the only potential way that you can infer any kind of OPness is that these are a lot of spells you get without ever touching your own. So if you are assumed to be a spellcaster, you have mirror image, shield, counterspell, flight, disguise self, already without ever touching your own spells. And then on top of that, you have 8 to 15 leveled spells before you ever touch your own. So I'm not saying that these spells that we're given are OP, but considering that one of the biggest challenges of being a spellcaster is balancing the really, really good spells with the more traditional, useful utility spells, right? Like something like casting mirror image. Mirror image is a great spell, but after a while, it's almost not worth having as an option when it would, use up, like if you have to prepare your spells, it's almost not worth using the spell slots. I'd much rather have another spell or two other spells.
Exactly. But if you can have it for free, then you're like, I'm always using this. This is like always up.
So the one thing I am starting to see here is with the right combination of these, it's not so much OP, but it is making it extremely much more easier, or at least it's removing the challenge that spellcasters have, which is really properly and tactfully managing managing their prepared spells. That's really it. Is a lot of these, most of these are giving us utility spells, right? Like, it's not like a lot of combat based spells yet, but the first ring giving them a list of spells they're not responsible for, that's the only thing I can see right now where it's like, in the right hands, this could be devastating. So if you do give this to a player, keep in mind you have to be mindful how they're going to use it.
Yes.
So again, not OP, but it's
no, I do get that.
It's building towards that.
I'm also trying to keep in mind, again, there's only 3 of these, and you're gonna have to like manage your attunement slots, and if you find something better, you might have to like back one out. Like, what's the most ideal combination for you to have at any time, type deal.
And so far, other than the last one, which lets you know evil intent, there really hasn't been any direct synergy. So I really haven't felt like there's any, like a couple rings, like, being able to see intent and then counterspell, like things like that. That's a synergistic moment. But none of these so far that I've seen, I would say, okay, so these 2 should be on the wizard. These 2 need to be on the rogue. I haven't really found which ones are meant to be paired and which ones go with, like, I don't know if I've seen them pair up or pair with a class.
And I kind of like that because it takes people away from just like doing the meta or doing the thing that like everyone would do. It kind of forces you to be a little creative with how you want to put these together, how you want to play with them. What two things do you want on this person? Like, what kind of combo are they going to be? Like,
if you were able to say scrounge up these and you had a party of people, it's really just deciding, okay, who benefits the most. And it's not going to be like rogue focused, fighter focused. It's going to be who has the abilities already that these complement, or how does this fill in your character? So I get what you're saying there, but again, that would be fine. But when I think of it as a set, again, when it comes to the idea that these are meant to be together, it's great to add. I love the idea of gameplay to add all of that synergy or that challenge of how do we make this good. But then I start to wonder, but how is that any different than just giving them a good treasure loot, a good mix of treasure loot that's not character specific, right? You don't give the paladin the shield. You don't make sure that there is a dagger of +3, of shadows for the rogue. You don't make sure there is, like, a lot of the times, you can craft treasure that's kind of guided, right? Like, that's the character that's going to take this item, but if you're not trying to do that with this, right, then it's kind of just a conglomeration of magical items, right? Like, it's not really a design set if it doesn't have a purpose. So I agree with you. I hear what you're saying on that. Yeah. Like, giving this to your party definitely gives them a lot of options, and I do like the freedom of choice. But without any level of guidance, it's starting to feel less like a collection and just more like a wizard said, I want these, so I'm going to create the ring for it. And it doesn't feel like there was a rhyme or reason behind the collection itself.
I kind of wish it felt a little bit more like similarly shaped puzzle pieces, right? So where, yes, they can attach to different ones, but they do fit in nicely with each other.
Right.
Like right now they're just kind of sitting on top of each other. Like, yes, like bricks, like bricks are very just like, they're just sitting there. But when you like interlock with each other, that's what I mean when I talk about synergy.
Yeah.
And I do think you were right. Like, the closest we have to synergy right now is the malice in conjunction with being able to determine how I want to use my reaction. But yeah, I think that like there's ways you can be creative. Like, I've heard of like super creative ways of people using like the immovable rod, like a bunch of other different like weird and I like that. Like, that to me can count as synergy because it does fit nicely together. But again, those people are just being creative in the moment and making it work for the situation that they're in.
Making it work, not using it for its intended purpose. And I think that's just where I'm trying to draw that distinction, because like, so far I'm trying to figure out, like, we did see those two rings have synergy, but then I'm like, now that I'm really looking at it, where does flight? What rings so far have we seen that also works with flight, like really synergistically? And it's like, there's not one that I would say, oh, pair that with flight, because if you use them at the same time together,
I'll say, okay, when you're flying, the biggest thing you have to watch out for is range damage. Well, when you have mirror image on, that cuts down on that too. So like, yeah, you can exactly
a bit of a stretch, but
exactly
you're
my point. Like,
making
it's a
work,
bricks, but they're just sitting on top of each other.
To me to say, like, I get the idea. Like, I wouldn't want it to be like, oh, that ring's for the rogue, has to be worn by the rogue. I get not wanting that. But what I would like is to be like, oh my god, no, this ring and the flight ring, if you wear them both together,
yes, that's what I mean by those puzzle pieces.
I don't necessarily think that they have to be decided for who they're going to go to, but I would like to see more of an understanding of, I don't feel like all of these really go together yet, and I don't see how they, again, when you're attuning to them, I don't yet see the combination. So we still have a couple more to go. Maybe these ones will fill it all out, but yeah, just trying to figure out like where that creation was, or are we just kind of seeing a wizard just create a bunch of things that, as they drove into madness, they were like, I need this. Well, now I need to make sure no one can scry on me. Well, now I need to have extra spells now. Well, now I have to disguise myself if I go out. Like, you know what I mean? It almost kind of sounds...
They're just diving deeper and deeper into paranoia.
And again, that's where I have to question, does that count as a set? Or does that just count as the collective works of an individual, right? You know what I mean? Like that's where I think we wanted to preface.
I kind of get the difference.
And so, yeah, so I think I'm just still trying to understand that, because I feel like for me, distinguishing between an actual set and just something's like collective works, I definitely think are two different things. You know what I mean? In terms of how we
because you wouldn't say all of the spells a certain wizard created were a part of a set just because the one wizard made all the spells,
and because they're in his spell book, right? Like Mordekainen's spells are all individual spells. They don't work on top and in tandem with each other to elaborate some big, final like spell outcome, right? So that's kind of where I'm wondering so far is where we're going to see with these last ones.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. Unless they all come together, and if one person did wear all of them, they turn into Voltron.
Bro, that would be so fire if somebody like created, like a specific wizard created like a set of spells that are seemingly innocuous, but when you bring them together, like it's a whole, like, I don't know, spell or ritual or some craziness.
It would be terrible is if the idea was that, you have the attunement, so most people would think you can only have so many on at once. But imagine if someone was dumb enough, like the idea is like someone was dumb enough to try and just put all 10 on. And what if you had a thing where if you put all 10 on, they would activate. And what would end up happening is like your body would basically like be sacrificed to open a portal for Elara's
channel to come back.
And then then just Elara, like you basically just like become Elara wearing all 10 rings and be like, oh, thank you for that.
Wow, that was a nice little nap.
That would be absolutely epic to just have that, because who would ever try that? If you never told them the lore of it, who would ever even think about trying that?
That's fair. That's very fair.
All right, and then okay, so with Elara's Grace, you can cast Mirror Image as a bonus action and create 4 illusionary duplicates instead of 3. That's not really that big of a deal. Adding 1 extra is not a problem.
I mean, 1 extra is not a problem, yes.
Additionally, you become invisible until you attack, cast a spell, or act. Okay, so I like that. Adding the fact that it's not just the mirror images, but your personal image also goes away. I kind of like that addition.
I really do like that. Like, collectively, first of all, doing it as a bonus action is awesome because you don't like drop your whole, and it is very defensive, so I like that addition. I like the additional duplicate. Done back to
back. You could do it, move. Like, let's say you're like, okay, this one works somewhat with flying because, again, like you said, if you're flying and then do the mirror image, you're harder to hit. But anywhere you are, you're harder to hit. But this is also really interesting because if you do this, you could, essentially cast mirror image, get 4 of you on the thing, and you disappear. Move and attack, you reappear, but then you can just cast mirror image again. Shift all of your images, and then you disappear again. It's only a bonus action. So it's like you could do it 1 round, and then the next round attack, and then bonus invisible. So it's kind of a free invisibility.
Yeah.
With a bunch of mirror images, which is also a benefit in most combats. So I don't mind this one at all. I'm always a fan of mirror image. I don't think adding 1 is really that bad. I think I think what caps it is turning you invisible. I think that's what nails it. As a good reward.
Love that addition. I think that it's so perfect for this and what you can do. And like, it gives you a really, really, really huge opportunity. Because imagine, like, what's going to break you out of invisibility? Like, realistically, what breaks you out of invisibility? Casting a spell, attacking, but does getting hit break you out of invisibility?
If you take damage, I think so. Like, if you were hit with an AoE, I do think it drops it if you take damage.
Okay, so then think about just if you're trying to escape in general, and you just want to, like, dip out. Not only are you casting mirror image on yourself, but you're turning invisible machines, and they're going to have disadvantage, and in the off chance that they do hit, they're probably going to hit one of your duplicates.
So here's a really interesting point too for DMs out there interested in using this. This kind of brings up a unique. We've talked about metagaming and whether or not we as DMs appreciate it with the players, right? Like everywhere from players letting each other know and reminding each other what they can do, all the way up to pre-planning with outside knowledge of, oh, I've already read up on this dragon. This is you know what I mean? Like basically doing everything that your characters can't, right? There's a big wide range of meta gaming, but we haven't really talked about how DMs can metagame for the wrong way. For the most part, DMs have to metagame, right? We kind of have to know everything in and out, but there are levels of metagame that are unfair for a DM, right? Like, it's one thing to give your party a challenge, and I don't mind doing that, and abusing a little bit of what you know about them in order to challenge them is one thing. giving them a BBEG that specifically knows everything for no other reason than you want them all to individually be challenged by one person is a dick move in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's metagaming I don't approve of. If you're going to do that, just put in the footwork and actually have a spy follow them. And once in a while, give them a chance to find the spy. Because at least that way, if they, just 1% chance, roll a D100, but at least give them the chance and prove that, hey, remember back on all of those D100 rolls? That was your chance to find the spy. If you say that, they can't argue it. You put it like, I've done that to you guys so many times.
Oh yeah.
Where you guys are like, this doesn't feel right. And then I'm like, okay, I respect, and I've always respected that you guys feel, like shafted. I don't want my players to feel that way. But I think you can attest that anytime my players have brought that up to me, I go, I'm totally valid that you feel that way, but may I point out, and then I proceed to give you all of the breadcrumbs and hopefully point a picture of this is why I made that decision. And more often than not, it's like, oh, that was clever. Like not in a big, like, oh my God, I'm a genius, but I feel like more often than not, the players end up with a, oh, okay, that was, yeah, I see what you did versus they still disagree with me. Right. And I really try that. So in that particular case, I think that's, yeah. So in terms of DM metagaming, right? Like there's a level of DM metagaming that's necessary and a level of DM metagaming that's too much. This is an interesting one. If you're going to use this will kind of bring that aspect out of you as a DM in terms of what kind of metagamer you are. Because if I'm reading this right, the normal one gives you 3. Mm-hmm. This one gives you 4, but turns you invisible. So if you think about it, if you're a DM that likes to, if you agree that metagaming shouldn't happen, then this should tell me that if you play that people understand what magic is and know magic spells, right? If you play that, like magic is known and knowledgeable, then people should know how this spell works. They should have an expectation of this spell.
Sure.
If you run a game where no one ever really knows how magic works, then hopefully you're consistent and all magic spells are seen as surprise.
Yeah.
But if you understand how magic works in the realm, if your enemies understand spells and they know what spells are available, especially if it's another magic user, and you see someone cast this and you see 4 mirror images, you don't know those are 4 mirror images. In game, if you know what magic mirror does, you know that 3 of those images are fake and 1 is real. Well, but according to this, nobody would know that this actually replaces you.
Honestly, so I would argue if anyone would ever know that. Because my thought process is the second you cast this, you're going invisible. I don't even know you have mirror images up.
Well, you do because the mirror images appear. So if you know,
are you becoming invisible once you get 4?
You become invisible, but your mirror images appear. So the idea is like normally mirror image is just, it makes 3 mirror images. This one makes 4, but you disappear.
Okay.
So if in game lore, someone knows that spell and they see 3 mirror, because what they're going to see is 3 mirror images appear.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to see you disappear. They're going to see 3 images appear because they already saw you.
So hold on. With that logic, mirror image moves with you. So when you move as this invisible creature, are your mirror images moving with you?
Yeah, they'll still move. They'll still do all of that, but normally, if you're a mage in game and you've cast the spell or you've heard of it, you know that when someone casts it, one of those images is real.
I'll say this. That's 100% not how I read this. I was reading this as everything, you and all your mirror images are invisible.
But why would you do that? Like why would you have mirror images that are invisible? That would make them useless.
Yes, until you come out of invisibility. Like that's the idea, is it's like, yes, you have this mirror image cast on yourself and it stays for however long, but you're only going to be invisible until you do anything aggressive, right? So yes, this will help you get out of that place and get position, right? So if I'm thinking about,
still want your mirror images, so they wouldn't know where you are. Why would your mirror images be invisible though?
My mirror images would be invisible because all of me is going to be invisible. Like if you don't know where I am, like I don't want you to know where my mirror images are. Like I don't want you to know where I am at all. Like I want to take advantage of my invisibility, because if I just become invisible and my mirror images are not, and they're moving around with me, you know exactly where I'm going to reappear whenever I do reappear. You're going to know exactly the area. You're going to know exactly where to fireball if you want to fireball. But if you don't want to fireball, if you want to do something else, or if somebody wants to fireball and everything's invisible, I could be around the corner and you fireball in the completely wrong direction. Like, but that's my thought.
But the idea behind mirror images is that they're not going to know where you are. That's why it's confusing.
And I understand that for after you become visible again.
Yeah.
That's my whole point, is like, my thought process is I'm going to go invisible. So are my mirror images, and they're going to stay up. And so it's going to be harder for you to hit me when I do reappear. Like, I don't plan on staying invisible for the entire duration of mirror image, which is a minute.
But but I think that the idea though is like, if it replaces you, right? Because mirror image just goes up. This one makes you invisible, but even Lolcypher said that like the idea is that your 4 images will still stay up. So again, the idea is in-game lore. If you know how magic mirror works, if you know that when someone casts it, just 3 images appear, and you know one of those images is the actual person. If in-game lore is that's how the normal spell works, this one works differently. That means that someone who sees you cast this and knows the spell is 100% going to believe you are one of those images, right? So they're going to be doubly confused because none of them are you. They'll keep tagging all of them until they get you, and you still won't get hit, and that will confuse the fuck out of them. But if you're going back to my point earlier, if you're a DM that does metagame, this is going to be one of those spells that catches you off guard, or it's going to show you like that you're a metagamer. Because if someone uses this and your people don't react properly, like in game, you still act like, oh, well, now you're invisible, so I'm not going to attack you. You know what I mean? Like there's going to be that level of, do you play with that knowledge, or do you actually like let your enemies see it for what it's supposed to be?
Right.
So be interesting to do that. But yeah, I'm really interested to see, like, I'm trying to picture what your version is, because I don't think I've used mirror image in a while, so I don't know exactly how far out they spread out and how they move with you in order, how much that indicates where you'll be. Like, I don't really know.
The way I've understood it is very similar to how it works with what's that creature called, the cat-like one,
the Displacer Beast.
The Displacer Beast. It's very similar to Displacer Beast. I would also say it's kind of limited to your 5-foot square, because I'm not thinking that like this is literally, if there's people on either side of you, or your mirror image is going to be like in their way. If you're like,
I thought mirror images were a distance away from you. I thought when they appear within like 30 feet at random intervals. So normally it would just be impossible to target you because there's 4 of you in random places within, I think, Lolcypher, let me know, isn't it like within like 30 feet?
There is no feet mentioned in the spell's description.
It just says that
it's a self spell. It says 3 illusory duplicates of yourself appear in your space.
In your space.
In your space until the spell ends.
So you're taking up the 5 feet.
Until the spell ends, the duplicates move with you and mimic your actions, shifting positions so it's impossible to track which image is real. So
but
imagine
you're all still within the same.
Yeah.
So okay. So it's more like, I think of it more like a walking version of when like Neo or the in the Matrix, when they do the super fast movement. You see, like, multiple. You know, you see their delayed image,
like the shadow step or whatever.
It's kind of like that, where it's like you move, but like I walk this way, but 2 of me walk that way.
Or like you're drunk and you're seeing double and you don't know which one is which, type deal.
Interesting.
Like, that's what I mean when I'm like, that space becomes invisible.
Yeah. So I guess with that, because I was under the wrong impression. I thought it would like put them like Displacer Beast, because I know that's within like 10 feet, but I thought it would actually put multiple versions around the area. So if that's the case, if it's just a flat, it's still in your 5-foot square, then I'll be honest, adding one more and making you invisible to me does nothing.
I'll say
outside of it makes it you not hittable.
I'll say the mechanics of the spell, if I'll finish reading where the mechanics come in, and this is one of the questions that I was going to have, is there are specific rolls dependent upon how many duplicates you have up. So it says if you have 3 duplicates, you must roll a 6 or higher. You must roll a 6 or higher to change the attack's target to. So what happens is each time a creature attacks you with an attack during the spell's duration, roll a d20 to determine whether the attack hits a duplicate instead of you. So if I roll higher than a 6 on a d20, it's going to hit one of my duplicates.
Gotcha.
Instead of, they're going to be rolling for one of my duplicates. If they hit it.
Yeah.
Because it's not guaranteed that they'll hit it, but if they hit it, it will go away. Yes.
Right. So this is going to add one more. Just one more to go through.
But I would think that it would decrease that number. So instead of being a 6, I have to roll over a 4 for them to be aiming at one of my duplicates while I have 4 on the field. It would be a little bit easier.
Yeah, it would be a little bit easier. But
yeah,
you being invisible, you've already brought up that being invisible doesn't help with hiding where you're going to go. Because again, I thought it was like they were spread out. Therefore, you can kind of move around and they'll just generally be in a bubble around you. But if it's literally on the same spot, being invisible doesn't grant any additional bonus unless you're saying that being invisible means you cannot get attacked at all. But then again, it's a probability.
Even with the invisibility condition, they just have disadvantage attacking you.
So is that so? How would is it supposed to add disadvantage to this roll then? But then again, they're hitting something, so they can't have disadvantage because they see something there.
Right. That's kind of my. Yeah, that's where I was getting like, gotcha. if the whole thing became invisible, then you would just be gone until you reappeared, and then that same
and then the
normal effects of mirror image would occur when you're visible again with the additional. Oh, Lolcypher's got a couple of I would run into the duplicates are what's being targeted, as they are only visible ones to the target.
Yeah, so his idea is
so you wouldn't even roll while you're invisible.
It just basically guarantees you won't be hit, which I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that. Like it's because it's basically saying that now you have 4 free hits. So like you have 4 free attacks that won't touch you. I'm not 100% sure I'm okay with that.
As long as you're invisible.
I mean, I see the AoEs, but with no chance. I mean, if I'm shooting an arrow at 5 people in a 5x5 and there's technically 6 in there, just because one's invisible, unless you say you're going prone, I don't, but then everyone would go prone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so there still should be a chance you get hit. It could be extremely low, like a 1 on the D20 or something, or a crit hit. But like, I don't know if removing it altogether I'm comfortable with, because logically it doesn't make sense. Just being invisible, but you are still in that same 5-foot square with the rest of them.
I agree.
I don't know.
I think that would be real hard to.
However, because we're talking about Elara's Grace enhancing it, right? I kind of like the idea of being able to cast mirror image. I don't think the invisible part really does a whole lot for it. I like adding one because it prolongs how long you could do it.
Mm-hmm.
What I would proffer is, if you really want to go with the invisible, is if you have Elara's Grace, you can cast mirror image. How long does it last?
A minute.
So you can cast the mirror image as a bonus action, and you get 4 illusionary duplicates. Additionally, you become invisible until you attack, cast a spell, activate another ability, or the spell ends.
Mm-hmm.
While you are invisible, you can move up to 15 feet away from your images.
Interesting.
That would make that perfect.
I would love that,
because now by moving away, you remove the ability for you to be hit. So then I'm okay with you can't get hit at all.
Well,
but until you do another action, you could prep a spell, you could heal, you could try to do other things and get position. It's only 15 feet, but you can get position away from them. So once they're all down, you pop back and now you're ready to go with an action.
I will say 15 feet wouldn't even let you escape a fireball.
No. But it's more meant for guaranteeing you won't get hit and just prepping it where you're not where you were. I would just say the 15 feet is just more of a balancing, because you don't normally go away from it, because normally they follow you. I just like the idea of, like you said, the Displacer Beast. The Elara's effect is basically allowing you to not be right where your images are, just like a Displacer Beast within 10, 15 feet of their general location. This could give you a chance to, again, if you're surrounded, you cast this and then you can walk away without opportunity attack. They're swinging at your images for 4 rounds.
Actually, yeah, I would 100% say if you're invisible and you're walking away from your duplicates, it would not provoke an opportunity attack. I would 100% say that.
And I feel like Elara's Grace would feel better at that point, because adding the additional one is a great feature because it extends the life of mirror image. But again, if you're in a situation you need to leave, or you just want to get better coverage or just a better angle on something, being able to leave something right there where everyone's just going to assume that's where you are, I feel like that's huge, right? I mean, again, and this specifically says until you attack, cast a spell, or activate another ability that has obvious visual components. What if you could walk away 15 feet and get a downed buddy up without unturning invisible?
Would you say doing something like, yeah, I'd say that has obvious visual component. If using a healer's kit on somebody, it's not magical.
I think would be more obvious because you have to open up a bag. Feeding someone their own health potion would be sly because you could slide it along their body and get it in there. Like, I would allow things like if it's on their body and you're just manipulating it, no one's going to notice. It's a dead body and you're invisible. No one's going to be in a fight going, is that body moving? But if they all of a sudden at the corner of their eye see a giant,
bag open up and like bandages like wrap it around somebody,
that's going to be more obvious, right? Yeah. But a tiny little vial moving from someone's pocket to their mouth, ain't no one going to see that, right? You dressing a wound, someone's going to see. Okay. But that I like the idea of being able to walk away, because I thought you were already away from your images. I think that's what this is missing, is allow me to walk away from the mirror images, and then Elara's Grace feels good. Otherwise, just prolonging it and going invisible, I don't know if that's really making mirror image that much better outside of just prolonging it. But I just don't know if the invisibility thing is really hitting home. I would love to be able to walk away. And even if 15 feet is just to get away from being surrounded, you know what I mean? Just to begin, because imagine that, 15 feet, right? 15 feet would give you the chance to get away from enemies. And then as soon as you turn, because remember, 15 feet, after 15 feet, your images would just disappear. So if that's the only worry,
I would say there's like a delay. Like, so after 15 feet, any further away, your images start making the trail.
Every 5 feet or every 10 feet.
Yeah. I'll say like,
they'll follow you.
Yeah, they'll follow you. They'll basically follow your trail. They'll like do what you did. They'll copy your motions, but it's like a delayed reaction.
And they would also get all the opportunity attacks that you didn't.
Exactly.
Which would be a balance, because then you might lose. You might lose 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. In those disengagements.
That would be great, because then you could move. Yeah, I think extend your ability to just be 15 feet away while invisible, and that would make that capstone really valuable. And again, because once the spell either ends or you drop invisibility, then you can immediately dash.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you would consider dash a visual thing, but maybe, you could just turn invisible, then dash away.
I mean, it's just your movement. I'd say you'd be all right.
So yeah, that I think makes it feel a little bit better. And I don't think that with everything else, it would be that devastating. Like, again, BBEG has a bunch of these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to give him one cool move, but he's going to have to come invisible to do another spell. Like, it's only going to be positional. For a party, way more beneficial, and I think way more tactical. So
100%.
I don't think that could be. And you'd burn the enemy's reaction. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
heck yeah.
That would be. I'm okay with this one. I'm not upset with it. I just think Elara's Grace could be better. And my advice would be just while invisible, just add the verbiage. While invisible, you can move up to 15 feet away from your mirror images without moving them. And then that implies after 15 feet, they follow you.
Yeah.
Like you said.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be, I think that would be fine. I don't think that would be too overbearing. And I think both Party and BBEG would benefit without feeling overbearing.
Facts.
It just sounds like a cool move.
I agree. I agree.
Appear in a cloud of yourself and then reappear 15 feet away.
It would be wild.
That one's kind of dope.
Yeah. I at first I was like, with that addition, at first I was like, what's the purpose of like my duplicates being visible? And I don't know, but it feels like I'm actually gonna do something with it. So like I'm here for that. It feels like
what a slipper. Like again, we talk about the lore of Elara, why Elara is making all of these, right? Not to be scryed upon, needs to have excess spells in case someone comes and attacks them, needs to know who's out to get me, needs to have shield ready, needs to have counterspell ready. This just sounds like one of those things of, if they ever get me, well, they'll never be able to hit me. Oh, but you know what? I'll definitely make sure that they can't, I'll be able to always get away, right? Like just that idea of always being one step ahead of your enemy. That's what this new ability would sound like, is that mindset of I'm always going to be one step ahead of you, both figuratively and literally.
Fair. Fair.
Okay, so Ring of Mirror Deception, that was pretty good. That was number 6.
That was number 6. No, it was number 7.
That was number
7. Yes.
All right, now we go on to number 8. Ring of Arcane Mastery. Mythril ring adorned with intricate gold filigree, inlaid with a mix of sapphire and opals. Arcane Mastery charges is an intelligence modifier again. Respawn 1 at dawn daily. And you can reuse, it's an action to expend a spell charge to activate the ring. And for 1 minute, you get spell casting enhancement. The DC of any spell you cast during this time is increased by 2.
Okay, like holding a shield, but increasing your spellcasting DC. Okay, like it's just a little +2. That's not too crazy.
So basically, it's everyone just is a little bit harder for everyone to save against it.
Correct.
That's all it's going to do is it's oomph. It's oomph. I like that. Like nothing really gives spells like that. Just little.
Especially when it comes to your spell saves, because spell saves, it always feels so bad when you're trying to like do something really cool and really big and like either everybody or 90% of the people you cast it on save out of it.
I will say this is probably the first time we've dipped our toe into the OP territory, because with the other spells that we have, especially like with the first ring of being able to have a bunch of spells on just like racked up,
right?
Being able to also increase your spell DC for the next minute, that's the entire combat. So you already have a bunch of free spells, and then you basically say, if you racked up the right spells with all of the best DCs, and then you bumped them by 2, again, not outright makes it OP, but this is that first toe dip into, with the right combination, now we're starting to see that any normal person with all of these would be OP. You kind of have to have someone that needs these.
So I'll say for sure this works out super well with the spell storing ring. I would say I'm actually curious how this would work. What exactly does counterspell say? Like, I'm curious if this would have any effect on your role in counterspell.
Does it have a spell save DC?
It says the DC is equal to 10 plus the spell's level, but
+2.
the caster is making the check, not the opponent.
So, well, I mean, it does say the DC of any spell you cast is increased by 2. So,
but it does say save DC, and this isn't technically.
It just says the DC. It does not say save DC. It just says
not.
It just says the DC. So, by rules as written, that's the balance. Is if you do overuse spells that you have to save, that you have to do this DC, you also get punished. So that could be the balance there.
Interesting.
You could rule it that it's always intended to be to your benefit. So you could say it's a -2 when you're the one rolling it.
Here's the question. Would this stack, in your opinion?
With
itself. 1 action, 1 turn, cast this. I got a minute left. Let me cast another one.
No. In this particular case, and same thing with rules as written, the same spell doesn't stack. So 2 spells, the same spell with the same duration or with overlapping durations.
Are we calling this a spell, or is this a ring's ability?
All of these have definitely been charges, so I count them as spells.
Okay.
So I would not count that as
that's fair enough.
As that. The Elara's Grace grants the spellcasting effect allowed to be turned on and off at will without expending a charge, and it has no time limit. So basically, long story short, you get this permanently because there's no way you're turning this off. It makes no sense unless you are also affected by it negatively and you want to turn it off in those cases. But realistically speaking, let's face it, you're not turning this off.
Well, the question is, what's the action economy for turning it off?
At will.
Yeah.
So it's kind of,
if I can just turn it off whenever I want to cast counterspell and then turn it back on. But if imagine you had to like spend a bonus action to turn it off.
So it's kind of a moot point to say, like the idea of making it just that instantaneous. It's like, then just grant the power. Why have a turn on and off button?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just
it's you have a +2 to your
it's
your
like
DC.
saying, hey, you have a fake eye so you can turn on and off dark vision. It's like there's no real benefit to turning it off.
Yeah.
you might as well just keep it on.
Everybody else lives with it. Why can't I?
Yeah. So again, it's one of those ones. I don't know if Elara's Grace really does anything for it.
I mean, having it be unlimited is nice. Having not to like have to use it.
I mean, I think 1 minute's more than enough, though. You know what I mean?
But like, imagine like if you're doing this out of combat, right? Because there's plenty of stuff that you might want to use this like out of combat, and then you're not. It'll be for literally one spell out of combat.
Yeah.
Like, and so like, do I want to use like a whole charge for just one spell out of combat, or do I just want to have this be effective all the time?
I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, from a gameplay point of view,
scale wise,
we're talking about a short rest, long rest. Like
scale wise, this is not a huge Elara's Grace benefit like a lot of the other ones have been.
I mean, you have Arcane Mastery. So Soul has another Arcane Mastery item that makes all like attack spells do max damage. So I'm wondering if Elara's Grace could just add a die of damage instead of permanency. So it's a +2 to the spell save DC, and it also adds an extra die of damage to the spell.
Interesting.
So if they fail, they're also taking whatever the die is, they would just take more.
Okay. I will say not all save spells are damage spells. So, you know, some of them it'll just be one or the other. But I mean, regardless, like increasing those DCs is always stupid valuable. Like,
yeah.
So even because if it doesn't do damage, then the effect is really freaking good, right? It'll do something like hold person or whatever the case may be. You know, like, yeah, you're not taking any damage, but you ain't going anywhere.
That's true.
And if this is staying true, then when you make those repeated saves on your turn, that DC is still increased. So
yeah, it's trying to think of, is there anything else that would make sense to also help like expand it? Not necessarily just with like the spell save DCs or just with the DC increase, because I do like the DC increase. I don't want that to change. I just don't know if the free on off and permanent always on is either justifiable or really makes sense for like, again, that rewarding aspect.
Yeah.
I mean, another cool one, kind of unrelated, but part of the Arcane Mastery, is what if the first ability gave your DCs a +2? And then what if this also granted you, like, you can, you know, with Elara's Grace, you can cast basically like one concentration spell without concentration, or Elara's Grace keeps concentration for you.
On one spell.
So you can cast a spell, it keeps its concentration, you can do whatever you want, but then you can do a second concentration spell.
I would say this.
And it's still for a minute. It's only for the minute.
You'd still have to make concentration checks.
Yes, still concentration checks, but I like the idea of basically it gives you a free extra concentration spell.
Yeah.
I think that with Arcane Mastery, how powerful would that be? Being able to put out 2 concentration spells.
So there are some crazy combos you can do with concentration spells.
The first ring, having all of those free spells for you, like, so that way
now we're talking some serious synergy here.
That's what I'm thinking, because you would want like the first ring with that idea, because you wouldn't want to burn your own spells, right? Because if it didn't go off properly, but being able to do that idea of you have a couple of saved ones that, you know, knock them down for the DC, and then you can cast like multiple. I think I would like that better than this free on off, better than the unlimited. I think I would prefer something like a free, you know, an additional spell of concentration. Same checks, but you basically, the ring holds concentration for you. I feel like that is more Arcane Mastery than just always plugging it out. And again, having it, you know, you can still have it for the 1 minute, right? So during the 1 minute, you know, that your DC is up, you also have, like, during that minute, you can pull up any 2 concentration spells.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think that could be really beneficial for any kind of combat. And I think that would also make more sense for a BBEG if they had it. Elara, I understand why this makes sense for like the story for Elara, but I think for a BBEG to have it, I think also the idea of 2 concentration spells makes it a very wild fight.
Yeah.
Again, a BBEG leaning on the fact that these are why he's worthy of the party I think that would make him worthy. Can you imagine just going up against a BBG who like does like 2 AoEs that just are like you've never seen? It's like how? But you're just like that's
it's
what makes
wild. Like, because one of the big ones that I love for concentration, but I would love to be able to do other things as well. Although it does hold your action. But lightning bolt or not lightning bolt.
Lightning or ball of lightning.
Call lightning.
Or call lightning. Yes.
Where you create this like 60-foot what is it? Not diameter, radius, 60-foot radius storm, right? That's 120 feet across.
Massive.
And you at anywhere in there, like nothing's happening constantly, but you can use your action at any point in time during the duration to call down a bolt of lightning, and anything within 5 feet of it takes this, or either takes this damage or they have to save from it. I think it's a save. I don't remember, but
still, like, can you imagine having that and then like a difficult terrain, like any other thing to help get them to stay put? Like, yes, so that would be my 2 cents on this one. Is I really do like the increase in spell DC. It's just, I don't know, I get why you would want it to be on at all times. I just think it's unnecessary and just a little bit too.
I think you could have gone a different direction, a more valuable direction for your grace option. But, you know, like I get the idea behind it, but again, like in comparison to a lot of the other ones.
And also from a D&D point of view, I'm not a huge fan of having things always on. Like there are time frames for a reason. So these are, you know, again, and you're accumulating all of these. So the idea that you would accumulate multiple things that are just permanently on, it also takes away the using them, and now they're just there.
And I'll also say stuff that's always on shouldn't really be just, and again, I even made the point that it's not always going to be combat oriented, but still, like having things that are always on that are primarily beneficial when you're doing something harmful to somebody. And that's what this is. Like, they're primarily beneficial when I'm doing something harmful, when I want you to fail a save, even if it's like a dominate person, or even if it's suggestion or whatever the case may be. Like, it's primarily valuable when I want to do something harmful to you. Having that being able to be always on feels like a combat ability that's always on. And I think that to me is kind of close to where I draw the line. I'm like, maybe
here's another option too. Because we have Arcane Mastery, the base one makes all of your spells have a +2 DC. What if Elara's Grace was any spell that targets you has a -2 DC?
That I like. I will mess with that all day long.
And then,
because
then I would be able to justify the always on kind of thing. Basically, it's a permanent
right
to your spell saves.
Okay.
So that would feel better if it was like Elara's Grace, it's now always on, but you also have like a -2 to spells. That feels a little bit better because it's also in line with your increase in spells. So it's like Arcane Mastery. You understand magic enough that you can actually withstand it better.
Right.
You can withstand the storm just that much more because you understand it's just magic, right? Like not just magic, but
like you understand magic and how it works and how it moves, and so it's easier for you to move with it.
Yeah. So I would. So those are 2 options. Either, make Elara's Grace where you have a -2 to DC on spells against you, or make it to where you can, maybe increase damage could also be good. Just something in that arcane aspect.
Yeah.
2 concentration spells. I kind of like 2 concentration spells though.
I've always loved that idea, and I've wanted to create an item that like I feel is fairly well balanced, that basically is something that just holds concentration for something.
I mean, I loved it when when we had it in Psionics, when you could split your mind and your consciousness and then have that. I think honestly, if you want to do something like that, making like an intelligent item, like an intelligent magical item that was attuned to you, could aid you in that sense. Like once you activate a spell, it could take over concentration for you.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of dope. What's going on, Pokeniner? I mean, I don't know. This one isn't that bad. I mean, just the 2 on the DC, I think is not not overly powerful. It's good, and I think that with especially with the first ring, like I said, first dip in the OP.
We're definitely dealing into like it can help out a lot of things in combination with each other here.
Yeah.
So we're towing a line, but we all right for meow.
All right, so now we have the ring. This is number 9 or 8?
No, I think this is 8.
Okay, 8.
I think.
Okay, Ring of Metamorphic Mastery. We have a mithril band adorned with intricate gold filigree inlaid with a mix of rubies and diamonds. Polymorph charges. So again, intelligence. You recharge 1 per day at dawn. You can use your action to expend a charge and cast polymorph on yourself or another creature within 60 feet. It does not say willing. Without expending the spell slot. So you get up to your intelligence modifier free polymorph spells.
Okay.
It's a lot for polymorph, but I'm kind of wondering. I'm going to read Elara's Grace first before I make any final judgments, but my first knee-jerk reaction is, didn't we already have a disguised self? Why do I have a disguised self and polymorph?
I feel like people use polymorph a lot more for not necessarily like offensive purposes, but like shape-shifting. Like you can turn into a bird, all kinds of...
I'm just wondering, like, from the creator's perspective.
Did you really need both?
What was the purpose of having a spell that could literally change everything about you and a spell that could just slightly change how you look? I'm just trying to, lore wise, how does it make sense to have both, right? Like, you think you just have one or the other because polymorph basically does what you need disguise self for. It seems a little bit nitpicky.
I mean, the only thing I would say is, like, if I don't want to use this powerful of an ability, I have a much weaker version that I can use. I have a much more dulled down version, because, like, theoretically, the polymorph, again, when we're talking about what you can do with these things, this is basically equal wording for what you could do with mirror image. And they're both slotted at very rare. This is a 4th level spell. Mirror image is a 2nd level spell.
Yeah. So they're not like, hugely powerful. They're now utilities you don't have to be concerned with the resources of.
I will say that this is much more powerful than mirror image.
Oh yeah.
Like, much more. And so, like, again, like, this feels like a higher scale. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna put it at like legendary necessarily, but like this is
well, and Elara's Grace gives you the ability to cast polymorph on yourself only as a bonus action.
So you can,
without expending a charge. So this gives you free polymorph self and only charges to polymorph others.
Wild.
So you were just within 60 feet. No, okay.
Here's
so that basically means that you're polymorphing every creature on the battlefield into a toad and kicking it off of a cliff. Game over. Because it doesn't say willing creature. It just says any. So
there's a saving throw for polymorph if you're not willing.
I only get so many charges, but I mean, literally, you fail that saving throw, I turn you into something I can pick up and toss. It doesn't matter if you go back to your original form. If I toss you off a cliff, like
so. The way polymorph used to work was like how what's it called? Wild shape used to work, right? So once you get knocked out of your form, you just turn back to yourself perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the balance. Like if you polymorph the bad guy into a sheep, yeah, he's a sheep for now, but the second you hit him, he's gonna turn back into the bad guy.
That's why I say throw him off a cliff, because I don't buy into the fact that you could fall, a mile, splat on the ground and be like, oh, that was my other form. You know what I mean? Like I understand taking damage up to the point to where the spell ends and there is no fall over damage. I get that. But there is a point at which the physical entity that was you is now there and there and there and there and everywhere. So that's why I'm just but yeah, in like infinite polymorph self is
that's crazy.
That's basically like
that's Arc Druid.
Yeah, you're able to do whatever you want at will, and it's basically just at will. It
is at like no chart. That's
and polymorph because it gives you all the traits and abilities of things, right? Like as long as they're standard non-magical abilities, right? So if you polymorph into a bird, you can fly, but you can't polymorph into a dragon and have.
I don't think you can use like
Like you get claws and bite, but you don't get breath weapon. You don't get magical ability, but
Correct.
Still, you get the ability to breathe underwater.
I think it has to be a beast.
But you do get the ability to breathe underwater.
Sure.
So you get all of those. You could turn into things to burrow and dig. Like you almost become the ultimate party tool. Now, granted, from a BBEG standpoint, like I said, that we kind of run into a weirdness of disguise self, polymorph. What's the BBG really using this for? But on a party level, I don't know. That, like I said, we're finally dipping our toe into OP, and I think this is following suit. This one's feeling a little much, even with the save out of it.
Yeah.
The fact that you're just able to just I mean, even if they go back to the one, you know, their own hit points, the fact is you could take the BBEG out until you get all of his minions. Like you could just turn him into a sheep until you're ready to fight him. That's a lot. That might be a little bit much for me. But I'm trying to think of what's the alternative, right? Because otherwise you get charges of polymorph, self, charges of polymorph other. Maybe Elara's Grace is that when you polymorph self, you get true polymorph once per day.
So
you actually get like the abilities of the creature.
Fly is the only spell so far that has charges that aren't attached to your intelligence modifier. Fly, you just get 2.
Period. Yeah.
This needs that. That for me, this needs that. Like, number one, I don't think you should get intelligence modifier. Maybe 2, maybe 3. Definitely do not give yourself infinite numbers of this. I don't care if it's just on yourself or not.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely think there needs to be a little bit harsher limit because of what this spell entails. I don't necessarily mind it as a bonus action. I think that's a cool feature of it.
For self only, bonus action totally works, especially for, you know, instinctual combat purposes. Like I can get that, but infinitely basically means whenever I'm going to get hit, I can just turn into something, let it kill me, and then I don't lose life.
I'd even be okay with Elara's Grace being, instead of 2 charges, you get your proficiency modifier. I might be okay with that. Yes, you get some more. Yes, it feels a little bit more powerful, but there's still a limit to what you can do. But outside of like that's really how I feel about, because polymorph, it's I'm pretty sure it's not just people. You can do objects too. No, it does creatures.
Yeah.
Transform a creature, you could see. Unwilling creature makes wisdom saving throw. So yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, I would say.
Let's see. New form can be any beast challenge rating that is equal to or less than the target's or the target's level if it doesn't have a challenge rating. Basically, you can become any beast up to a CR of your level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if you're level 10,
that's anybody in your party. That's everyone in your party can become that.
Yep. Now, imagine you have how many charges? Intelligence modifier? Imagine you got 5. At the very least, you can turn you and your 4 of your party members into something.
Yeah, and I'm thinking put that on the BBEG too.
Although I will say this does theoretically require concentration, so I would say I would ask Lolcypher. Yes.
Oh,
polymorph requires concentration.
So that would definitely only allow you to do it one at a time.
Yes.
Which makes it even not useless, but then why even have polymorph other? You know, I mean, I guess it's a party thing, so you could have that too. I'm
okay with it being one at a time. I'm okay with you having, like, again, specific number of charges, like 2, maybe 3. 3 again for me is pushing it for your standard charges.
Yeah.
But then giving it as a bonus action so you can still do other stuff too during your turn.
That's why I think true polymorph would not be terrible, because again, if you're limited in how many times you can do it, especially if you only get the true polymorph once per day. You know what I mean? Just like
true polymorph is permanent.
Oh, it is. Never mind. No, yeah. You're right. You wouldn't want that. I was just thinking. For my mind was thinking that true polymorph, the difference is that you get all of the features of the creature that you turn into. Like that's
oh yeah.
I thought it was still temporary, but you still got everything. I forgot that true polymorph is permanent.
Let me make sure. Where are you?
I mean, how long does it last? I mean, even if Elara's Grace allowed it to last long, regular polymorph.
Oh, so it traditionally concentration lasts up to an hour.
Ooh, what about Elara's Grace?
True polymorph does only last for an hour. That's my fault.
So I would say Elara's Grace could either be true polymorph, because then you get all of the abilities, or what if Elara's Grace just got rid of concentration? What if you just said you have 2 charges of polymorph, like you said? I agree with 2 charges, but what if Elara's Grace just meant you did not have to concentrate on it?
I kind of really like that,
because then you're still not casting spells unless you happen to. I mean, you can't cast spells in most of the forms you could turn into. So really, what you're getting is just, the ability. You could cast one spell that does require concentration, and then you could cast this, right? It could be one of those things where you could polymorph yourself after a concentration spell, and then kind of synergize with that. I think that might be better than unlimited.
True polymorph removes the beast restriction.
Oh, you could turn yourself into the BBEG?
I think true polymorph, you can turn somebody into an object.
Oh.
I can turn you into a box.
True polymorph is scary because it removes the beast restriction. There's a reason it's a 9th level spell. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, true polymorph might be, a little bit much, but I wouldn't mind the idea of just removing concentration off of polymorph as like Elara's, because you can only, because I guess you would have to say you can only remove it off of yourself, off of self polymorph, which means
you can only do what?
So I would say that with the concentration part, Elara's Grace would only remove concentration on polymorph self.
Oh, okay.
Meaning I can use 1 charge for me and my other charge
for somebody.
Teammate.
Oh, I get that.
Because right now,
okay,
if you limit it to 2 charges, you have the 2 charges, but you can still only do it on one person, you or another. If Elara's Grace allowed you to remove concentration on polymorph self, then you could polymorph someone else and then yourself at the same time. And then you both get the benefits of it. I think that wouldn't be too bad, because you have the limitation of 2, and this way it is kind of more versatile. 2 people could turn into swimming creatures, 2 people could turn into flying creatures. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can have a little bit more versatility with that. Plus, I mean, imagine being able to turn into a creature that, you have the flight ring. So you cast flight on you and a buddy, and then you polymorph yourself. So now you are 2 creatures that shouldn't be able to fly, but can now fly.
Right.
That would be really fucking cool. Like, that's more of that synergy where it's more creative synergy, but it's there. So I think, yeah, I'm 100% in agreement. Infinite polymorph, a little bit much. I don't think removing concentration on polymorph self is a problem, because it still limits how many other people you can polymorph. But at least you have that ability to take on a form after you've done it to somebody.
Right.
I think that would be fine.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm here for that.
Okay, so now we go into number 9. No, is the Ring of Unbound the final one?
It is.
Okay, so
it is.
So that was number 9. Now we're
okay.
10. So now we are finally on number 10. This is the legendary artifact Ring of the Unbound. So the only way for it to be permanent is if you concentrate on the spell for the full duration, the transformation becomes permanent.
Oh.
So if you're able to concentrate for 1 full hour,
yes,
it becomes permanent.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
For true polymorph.
Okay. So
that's why I was thinking it was permanent. I was like, I knew there was something about it.
All right. So now we have the Ring of the Unbound. And this is an intricate mithril ring, is inscribed with intricate runes and inlaid with precious jewels that seem to shimmer with an inner light. It grants you unbound rings. Any magic ring that requires attunement can be attuned to this ring instead of using one of the character's attunement slots. The wearer can pair a maximum number of magic rings in this manner equal to their intelligence modifier -2. So
still not
the max you can fuse to this ring is 3. So you could take this ring, get 3, because your max is 5, -2 is 3. So you could take 3 rings, put them on this one, attune it to this one, and then attune to this one. So 1 attunement will give you any other 3 rings.
Got you.
That's how I read that. Is if you did this,
I would get 3 attached to this ring
into 1,
maxed out. Okay.
So you'd still have the other.
Does it say minimum
7.
of anything, or does it just say -2?
Just says your intelligence modifier -2. Rings of Elara. Oh, rings of Elara do not count towards this maximum. So all of the rings could be attuned to this.
Specifically the rings of Elara. Wild.
So that's how we get over the attunement issue, which that's kind of game breaking, but I mean, because that means all of the rings of Elara plus 3 more in one ring.
Well,
yes, in one ring, one attunement, I can get 13.
I would say this. I would say specifically if you're doing the rings of Elara, you can't do any other rings.
I would like
at the very least.
Yeah,
because I get you wanting to be able to give them everything.
But like literally, that's 13 attunements with 1, and then I still get 2 more.
Yeah.
If I'm an artificer, I get 6 more.
God bless America.
Or 7.
Yeah, 7 more.
That's
a lot of items, bro.
You're basically a walking god. So I think there should be a caveat that if using any of the Ring of Elara, no other ring can be done. Up to 3 random rings or all of the Elara rings. I think that would be the cap for me. That's just asking for a min-maxer's dream right there.
Yeah, just like give me all the freaking. Oh, you need me to tune? Let's go.
Okay, and then so Elara's Grace, if 4 other rings of Elara are paired with this ring, each of them will be paired with Elara's Grace. So Elara's Grace is granted when they're being brought together. So you only get Elara's Grace when you've accumulated at least 4. So you have to have 4 of the other.
I wish this said 4 or more. I wish it said 4 or more.
Rings. Yeah, well, yeah, it's this one plus any of the other 4.
Yes.
So there's really only 9 rings to choose from. This one is the binder.
Yeah.
So at least 4 together, and then they'll all be. I don't know if I like that though, because that's basically meaning you don't get any Elara's Grace until you get so many, and then they just all activate, and then from there on you're always getting it, right? At the moment you attune the new one.
And if this is really a party thing.
Oh yeah, how are you gonna know? So only one person is ever gonna get Elara's Grace. Only one person can ever have it. So you can't even benefit. You can't actually have a party benefit from half these abilities. So it really is forcing it into one person's hand if you want maximum benefit. Otherwise, they're just a bunch of magic rings.
Is there any sort of, because there are certain spells, there are certain things that say, like, if anybody from your party attacks somebody that is charmed by you, then so there has to be some sort of indication of what's in your party.
I think that's that is where the intelligence of the intent. When you cast the spell, kind of like when you cast difficult terrain and you can choose your party not to be affected by it, at time of casting, you know who you're allies with, so you know who the spell doesn't affect. That's more of a
I would like to see something like that instead of, if there are 4 or more rings of Elara in your party, whether they're attuned to you or not, they get Elara's Grace. I would like that, so that way if you've collected Elara's Grace, if you've collected these rings throughout your journey, and once you get at least 4 of them, now Elara's Grace gets activated with these rings. But still, I feel like just having it blanket on once you have 4 or more, yes, you're probably going to be at a certain point in the campaign, like you're probably going to be far enough along the campaign where it's going to be like, oh yeah, you guys are mid to late, potentially late game type stuff. Well, this might be pre-level 10 at 4, because if you're trying to get 10 and you're going all the way up to level 20,
how many are you getting per level? Like you might even be starting at level 5, getting them every other level.
Yeah.
Like how, and then there's also, we still have one more thing to read, but lore wise. So Elara made all of these individually over time to then decide that they'll all have this, like, it's a very weird idea that you made all of these but locked half of their power down if they're not basically all together. And why 4, right? Like if they were all going to be able to be attuned, why not make it that they have to all be it? Like it's a weird number to say that, like, why would Elara think that she wouldn't have all 10 if she created them? So again, just trying to paint the picture of the narrative of how that makes sense. I like the idea that there's a balance there, but
I could see lore behind it, but again, without any sort of
like
information.
Honestly, why isn't like Elara's grace should be? Why isn't Elara's grace whenever an individual has 2 or more Elara's rings attuned, they will gain Elara's grace. So essentially, the proving factor is that you had to earn minimum 2 rings. If I attune to 2 rings, me as an individual, I will get Elara's grace on both of them. Because I have proven not only worthy enough to get them, but I've attuned to them, right? And that means as an individual, I can have up to 3 and they all get Elara's grace because I've collected them. But with this ring, one person could then still keep accumulating. So instead of it being a minimum of 4, what if it's just any one person that is attuned to at least 2? That way I
do kind of like that.
Because then as you're divvying them out the party, you could be like, well, you already have one. Oh, but I really need the Elara's grace, so I should have that other one.
Yeah.
It's then you start getting into the synergy of which rings should go together.
Especially because by the end of it, there's probably going to be at least half of you with rings will have Elara's grace, right?
You should.
Imagine
you would think that you'd pair up eventually.
There's 5 people in your party, everybody would have Elara's grace because you could pair everybody up.
And that feels better, right? But instead of having it to where you would have to only get Elara's grace with one person collecting all of them, I can't imagine why a party would do that. Again, unless it's absolutely intrinsic to the story, why would a party really be incentivized to let one of their members become God? Like, because, you know, the idea behind getting all of these rings would be to have one person wear them.
Yeah.
And if it's really just to stop the BBEG or to get it off, you know, like to remove it from the BBEG to get off their power, it's nice, but why wasn't it just a nuke then? You know what I mean? Like, why? I don't know if I would disguise it as a potential benefit that the party would want. Then, because once you get it, you realize it's useless for the whole party. You know, it's useless for the party as a whole. It's really only beneficial for the one person that wears it. So unless there was that mindset of, in its true form, we have to destroy it and therefore keep it separate, but then they wouldn't want the party to keep them near each other, right? Then if you wanted to destroy it, then you'd want to separate all the pieces completely.
Right.
And if it were that beneficial, then you have a party members arguing over who gets to wear it. So I think I do like the Elara's grace being tied behind the attunements, but I think a better progress for a campaign would make sense both from a BBEG standpoint and a party standpoint. Because the first ring you get, no one's going to get Elara's grace. The second ring you get, probably no one's going to get Elara's grace. It's probably not going to be to the 4th or 5th one, then finally someone talks the party into letting them have 2. And then when they finally attune the second one, boom, Elara's grace activates. And that's a surprise to them all, right? And now they have incentive. And then you imagine it from the BBEG's point of view. You could say that needing all of the rings together is the incentive to go after it. But imagine knowing that there are 10 out there, and then once you've gained 2 of them, and then you attune and you realize they become more powerful, then imagine that greed that sets in. That you're like, now I just need to get them all. Right. Because imagine that
the back to the gotta catch them all Pokemon idea.
And imagine if the in-game lore is people only know about the surface level ability. No one knows about Elara's grace. What if there is no writings? What if all of that was secretive? So
I kind of like that lore.
It makes sense with the BBEG. You've heard of the 10 rings, but imagine the BBG is the first person since Elara to put them together. And then he realizes that there are extra powers. So that's what set him off on the conquest, right? He's the only one who realizes there's more to these rings.
Right.
So I think that there's more to be done here instead of just make it a get them all and then it becomes the uber weapon, because I don't think that really benefits it doesn't benefit the narrative, the plot, and I don't think it really benefits the party when they realize that they have a bunch of items that unless one person has it, none of them gets a benefit from, like in full.
Yeah.
You know, it's
nobody gets to experience the full.
It would almost be saying that everybody gets capped at level 14 unless we have a complete party. That's how I feel like it feels. Like unless we have a healer, a tank, a fighter, a rogue, and unless you make that rule. Otherwise, we're going to stop you guys at 14th level. That's kind of how it feels, right? It feels like you almost get there, and then there's like, not a paywall, but there's an obstacle that is unnecessary that's going to make more turmoil than it will synergy. So I think, yeah, I think having this one ring, I think there's a cool concept to have one ring that binds everything together, but I don't know if it's the Elara's Grace should be there.
Right.
But we do have Elara's Blessing. So this one says, if all 9 rings of Elara are paired with this ring, in addition to granting them Elara's Grace, this ring will also grant the wearer advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, and increases their charges, I'm assuming all charges, by 2. See, that makes sense, right? Like, that makes sense for this ring, that when all of them are together for one person, it gets uber together. But again, if this also requires Elara's Grace, there's just almost no chance that these rings would be seen beneficial apart.
Yeah.
They're only really going to be seen beneficial together. And I feel like there's that struggle of, is it worth me holding on to this ring to have these abilities, when if I give it to you, we'll get more out of it. In fact, we'll get more out of everything. So I do like Elara's Blessing. I do like the idea that if all of these are brought together, that they all boost. I do like the advantage on saving throws, and I don't mind the +2 charges.
I like the advantage on saving throw, especially because of how high it is, and there are a lot of creatures out there that are just like magic resistant. So I like the idea that you are now like tuned and are humming with so much magic that you were like.
I mean, what if it was just even that this particular ring? What if this particular ring is? I mean, I don't know. What if this one, as its base, gave you advantage on saving those against magic spell attacks, right? That was its base. And then its additional was, if attuned with any other ring, it will increase that ring's charges by 2. So kind of like any other person, if I wear multiple rings, I get Elara's Grace. But if this ring's on me, its version of Elara's Grace is that boosts whatever other rings I'm wearing by 2.
Interesting.
So instead of, again, it can still be put together with all 9.
Right.
But remove the requirement to have all 9 on one ring.
Yeah.
I would love this to be Elara's Grace is any 2 rings that get attuned to the same person, Elara's Grace. This one grants you individually, when you attune to it, it gets advantage on attack, against spell attacks. But I love the idea that this version of Elara's Grace is when attuned to any other ring of Elara, it grants that ring a +2. So it gives you a bonus, and it gives every other ring. So this would be that capstone ring that makes this a perfect set, because then we can start to talk about which rings do pair up. Because if you are incentivized to only have 2 or 3, but you get Elara's, Elara's Grace with it, that would start to make sense. Instead of it being pulled together for one person, you can start to talk to the party about, okay,
how do we play around?
Why do you want flight? Okay, if you're going to take flight, and we want you to have flight permanently, so what other ring will benefit your character to give you flight permanently, allow you to cast flight on 2 of us, but to get that you need another ring? So what other, like, that's where that team cohesion would start to happen. And then you might start switching it up. After you get a couple rings, you might start exchanging them between the party members.
Oh, this one works way better with that one. Let's go.
Yeah, you don't like you would almost get it to where it's not like one of those normal situations where once someone gets the magical item, it's theirs. Because it's usually how it feels, where it's like, oh, that's obviously yours.
It just became a part of your build or whatever.
But the idea behind, like, hey guys, let's change this up. Okay, I'm gonna deattune to that one, you deattune to that one, let's swap it up.
And I feel like, again, the types of things that these are, they can be valuable for anybody. Like mirror image, it can be valuable for your frontline fighter or for your mage or ranged fighter in the background. Like, no matter who you are, that's like you not getting hit nearly as much, that's helpful. You being able to fly, that's helpful. You being able to cast spells you couldn't cast before, that's helpful. So I'm here for that.
Oh yeah, I saw the bot, thanks. I mean, okay, so Lolcypher says that, you can have like the situation where it's like the BBG hires them. They don't know it's the BBG, but he hires them to collect all the rings, brings them to that person, and then they turn around. And it's like, okay, I get that, but is that what these were created for? If that was the narrative they're created for, that's fine. It's very specific narrative, and we usually kind of take points off of that, because if it requires such a specific setup, it's not very universal.
It would also be very interesting, like how you created these rings just to be lost for you to go ask somebody to collect them.
Well, it wouldn't be Elara asking you; it would like just be somebody else. Like Elara created them, but the BBEG's the one trying to get them, and then you're the one collecting them, and then the BBG fight happens when he puts them all together. But then it's like at that point, it's just a plot. Like I don't see these as magical items in a D&D world. That it's just the MacGuffin. It's just the thing that moves your plot forward. But to me that doesn't value it as a set. That values it as a desired thing that the BBG wanted, right? So yeah, again, having them all focused on one person doesn't make it available to the party realistically. So if it's not going to be available to the party, then I have to question how much value does it have as a magical item, because otherwise it's a plot point. And a plot point can be anything. A plot point can be an item that technically shouldn't be able to exist in D&D because it's a plot point. The whole point is it drives the story. And if we go with that kind of a narrative that, this is something that you were collecting and then it turns on you, I don't know if that's justifiable to be a item to say, hey, here, you can put this in your world, because it feels like it's, hey, you can put this item in your world, but only, if it makes sense to work it this way, right? I kind of like to look at items in terms of, can they be dropped into any story and still make sense, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to approach this from the point of view of, do you give this to the BBEG and the party has to go get it? Or can the party get this to fight the BBEG, right? Those are the two paths I try to look at in terms of how to incorporate it universally. And if it has to require a story or a very specific set of circumstances, then that situationalness doesn't make it very universal. It doesn't make it a item I'd see in a D&D book. And that's kind of what we want. That's kind of what I'm always looking for, is how acceptable could anybody just pick this up, drop into their game without modifying what they've already built.
Like, I don't know why, there's this one set of armor that I really, really like called like Molten Armor or something like that. It's basically lightweight X, like Iron Man's nanobot armor. It kind of creates this armor all
I was thinking
over,
like fire resistance immediately. I was going like,
I think that's a part of it too.
Stuff.
That's a part of it too, but like, it's just the way that it works with you and like molds with you, it's super cool. But like an item like that is a standard, lightweight standard 5th edition item that you can just pop into a game. And so anybody could theoretically use that. It doesn't have to be a part of like a certain campaign. You could just find this in a dungeon. And that's kind of the idea that my head is at when I'm looking at like items that we review, like when it comes to usability, when it comes to diversification. I don't know what the right word is, but being able to use it across the board. Like how readily accessible is this for anybody that wants to just...
how adaptable, right? Like I always like items like, again, this is just more for like when I look at it in terms of creation. If I'm going to create something just for High Point because it fits in High Point, I can do whatever I want, from my own rule sets. But if I want to create something that anyone can use, I always try to look at it from a point of view of, I don't mind giving it a rich backstory that, because backstories can either work or they can't work, right? But you kind of want some sort of lore, at least someone can mess with the lore and change up names and situations. But in terms of what it can do, I really do try to approach it from the point of view of, is the DM that's picking this up going to have to change their story, their plot? Like, assuming that the game is already started, they're 10 sessions in and you hand this to them.
And you just found this on the online or something like that. Throw
it into their game, or would they have to change the campaign setting, the plot, in order to fix it, right? And that's more of a judgment on, if they would have to change too much, it just leads into the situational. Whereas if they would have to basically play a whole very specific scripted thing, that's not just situational, that's that's like dedicated. That's more of the showcase items. So that's kind of where we're coming from, that, coming from this angle in terms of like, all of this does make sense in a lore, in a lore fashion, right? It makes like all of these, I will say that other than the disguise self one, I think that was the only one that kind of threw me off, but otherwise, from the point of view of Elara, these do make sense.
Sure. Yeah.
The last one's a little bit also weird, because I get why Elara would create a ring to allow themselves to overcome the attunement, right? But if you could create that kind of magic, it's a little strange that they would put that limitation where they can get up to 3 unless it's these rings, and then somehow these rings bypass the 3, but they can, you know what I mean? Like, there's
unless
a lot
there was
of,
like an unintended consequence. It's like, oh, because I created all of these, you know, by the same metal, like, or by the same process, or by the same whatever.
They're connected in a tune. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's.
But yeah, I do get that. It's like,
it's more of a, you know, I think that with these, you know, to make them more appropriate to a set, I think having them work more individually together, because again, if we think about, unless they were made all at once, if these were made over time, the idea that only 2 or 3 of them at a time would create Elara's grace makes more sense, because as she's developing these, she has the backup power in there, but would she have made these over 100 years knowing she has to wait to the last one to attune all of them and to get those extra bonuses?
I mean,
or would she have planned those bonuses in there and then along the way unlocked them with the other rings she's creating, right?
To me, it makes a lot of sense, because it's almost like they're almost like vibrating with each other. They're almost like, you know, these again, I kind of go back to the Lord of Rings, Rings of Power. Like, they almost like hum, they almost know each other, and so therefore what they present to each other like awakens something new in themselves or in each other. Or
you look at it from the point of view of when, you know, you create these, you put a piece of yourself in them, right? These are so powerful. Maybe she put so much of herself in them that
they recognize
literally
each other.
Well, not so much. It's more like it's such a large portion of her power. It's kind of the whole she's weakened when they're not together. So it's like she put so much power into these to get all of these, you know, to overcome attunement is a lot, right? So imagine that she's even weakened as a magic user, but when these are all together, because they're portions of her power, they link up, and then therefore, you know,
restore her back to whole.
Yeah, like when they're all brought together and they all attune with her, she's actually complete. But without them, they're only parts of her power. But then together, that's how they fuse, and that's how they like,
interesting,
you know, get into that vibe. So yeah, a lot of different ways to do it. God damn, the bots are fucking crazy tonight, y'all.
Yeah, they're like freaking flies, man.
I don't think we've ever had this many bots. That's absolutely insane. That was not what I was. Oh my gosh, I did it twice. No, I don't even know why we have so many bots tonight. I mean, it's not like we have like 30 million viewers. I mean, have the standard group here, so I don't know. Maybe the bots are liking us. I don't know. Okay, so overall, I do like the story. I mean, I wish we had more. I would say this, Lolcypher. I wish we had
a little bit more lore.
Yeah, more lore, more understanding about the intent that, you know, behind it. A little bit more about Elara and what was the ultimate goal with these. Especially if you have any intent on how your expectation was to either roll this out with a BBEG, or if you were gonna like have the party discover these. I'd like to see more of like, is there a ideal way or an intended way, or again, if this is just kind of an opportune set to say, hey, throw this in your game. I'm gonna be honest, from a DM point of view, I can't imagine how beneficial this would be to throw into most games, because again, it feels like you kind of either have to craft a whole thing around it without it being able to be placed in my current, you know, story. But additionally, I don't know a lot of the incentives, right? I feel like I'm like, Lolcypher brought up a good one where you're hired by the BBEG to get them all. But again, is that the only way I could do it? Like, what's the incentive for the party once they find out that only one person can benefit from all of them? What's the incentive to actually collect them? Again, if it's not the plot point of the whole campaign, why does the party care if they really aren't going to get all the benefits? Because players are like that. Players will look at something, and if there's a huge roadblock to what they actually want,
especially if you realize you got 9 of these rings and you don't have the last one, and you need everybody together to go get this last one, and it's only going to help one of you take all of these things from everyone else, you'd be like, screw that.
And that's
last
the other
ring.
thing. If you are being trickle fed these, by the time you get to that last one, assuming that the last one you get is the attuner, then yeah, you basically force the party to give it all up. Now, again, if that's the plot point, if the whole thing is they have to give up their power to stop the BBEG somehow, that's cool. But it doesn't feel like it's very adaptable. It doesn't feel like it's very open to a lot of people.
I mean, the only thing I could think of is like the BBEG had this ring when he gave them the quest, and they need to go collect all the other ones and bring them back to him.
Exactly.
Like
He found the tuner and then needs the rest of them, and he's hiring a bunch of people. So yeah, there's ways to do it. I just don't know if, again, it's not applicable to every storyline as I see it right now. I would like to see more versatility in terms of Elara's grace being achievable sooner. Through a different way. I
agree with that. Like, especially, I don't necessarily want it to be too soon because a lot of them are crazy powerful. Like crazy scale, not like crazy, but like they're
a little bit much for a level 3.
A significant enhance.
Like, I mean,
getting 2 of these.
Like the flight one as early as level 3 wouldn't be that devastating because it's literally one person gets to cast flight twice. That's not that bad.
It's really not.
Like, that's okay. But yeah, you know, so it's like individually I could see where these could be trickle fed. It's just on a larger scale. I'm, you know, again, I think it was also said in chat. Yeah, at the end, it's feeling more like a plot point than it is a magical item set that you want to go achieve. It seems more like this is going to be what the players don't have to do, but it's a bigger thing, right? This isn't just a magical item that people come across and are going to want to kind of sort of collect and maybe find the others. This has to be the reason that they're doing things, right? I don't imagine you're going to find 1 or 2 of these, discover that there are more, and the party's going to go on a giant quest for them. I can't imagine people would choose to do that. I feel like it would have to be baked in. So, little bit of a of a uphill climb on that one. Otherwise, I think overall, other than like close to the very end there, I don't think any of them were really considered broken.
For sure.
I wouldn't really say that together. There's no in particular combination that makes these feel OP to the point of like devastation, but there's also no real combination that makes it feel completely and utterly useless. Like, so it's not like you can take a couple of these and be like, oh, if I found these in this order, I would think that they're, you know, garbage.
Trash, yeah.
But on that same token, there's not a lot of, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of intentional synergy. They don't, you know, we found some creative ways to play off of each other.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that
like
I was able to read into it and say, so this one was created not just for the situation, but when added with this one, here we have a beautiful harmony. I didn't see that.
A little bit more puzzle pieces rather than bricklaying. I definitely feel that.
So with that, we did have a lot of things that we needed to change, or at least that I would have changed for high point purposes. It's definitely a unique item. It has a couple thought-provoking ideas for sure. A couple of things I do want to walk away from. I mean, I like the spell of the spell storing. I really do like that.
Oh, yeah.
The flight ring's fine. The guardian ring, I mean, not my favorite, but being able to cast shield as a reaction isn't terrible.
I love it.
Counterspelling was an interesting one. I think Malice Detection was the one that caught my eye the most in terms of the most unique out of all of them.
Very much so. I think
the direction this was going was my favorite, because I think this was the one that really got us the most creative in terms of like, how could you interpret this as a DM?
Yeah.
And how can a player gain knowledge that isn't just slightly beneficial, but is actual like knowledge that not everyone else has?
And to me, it, like I mentioned before, it increases that player DM relationship where like you guys can like decide how you want this to work, and you can work. To me, it helps a lot with that creative story building where you're like, it helps both if you guys get on the same page on another topic, and it gives you another angle to work from. So I'm definitely here for that.
Yeah. Mirror Image was really nice. Arcane Mastery is not too bad.
Polymorph was dangerous for me, as is.
So I think where I'm landing on this too is, I'm kind of torn. Like, there's a lot of good ideas here, but
very much so. Very much so.
Overall, I will say one thing that we haven't really mentioned too, but not just as a set, but as a campaign plot point. 10 items is not just to keep track of, but you have to think if these are coming in trickled, each individual one has to be like, you can have the big plot point, you can have the big reason why you need to get them all, but you also kind of need individual reasons to go after them, right? And again, that's assuming that you're going to have them separated as the plot point. And if they're all together, you know, other than them being on a BBEG that you have to take out, I'm not seeing I'm not seeing a monumental amount of encouragement to go after these, right? Like on a scale of, if you said there's a +5 magic sword that casts fireball once per day, and that's in a castle not too far from here, some ruined castles, but you know, you can keep on going if you want to fight the BBEG now, you'd want to deter for that kind of a magical item, right? That's like one of those things where that's enticing, that's an adventure. 10 items that have a large variety of things, while beneficial, I feel like a regular adventuring party, or at least a group of players, would probably more likely just be like, I can just get a couple spells. Like, I don't need that many counter spells. Like, it would be nice, sure, but I also don't need flight that often. I could just get a flight. I could just learn the flight spell. You know what I mean? Like,
there are better ways to do the things depending upon like what sort of obstacles you're putting in the way to acquire this kind of stuff.
Exactly. Obtaining any of these and having any of them would be amazing. But I can't say that as a player, I'm looking forward to derailing my interest in the story to go find them. And that's how I look at it from a player point of view, right? Like if we're going on as either from the plot point, or if we're getting to do some like individual, like, you know, character growth during the role play, right? If given the option, I don't know how many of these would really tug at me to want to go out there. And I can also see it happening where with the right group of people, they'd only get a couple of these. And then just, if given the choice, pick up a couple and then leave the rest behind.
Yeah.
And then at that point,
especially if they had any way to figure out which ones were which, and they'd be like, and I'm not worried about that one. And I'm not worried about that one.
Because again, if they're just looking at it from the point of view of it, what benefits the party as a whole, the end result isn't going to be special. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the idea of that end result being anything that's like masterful, I don't know if they would really see the benefit in that, right?
Yeah.
And again, it really depends on how you're going to trickle these out, but how long is it going to take for them to finally get any of them attuned? Even if the last one isn't the attuner, what if that's the first one you find, or the third one you find? But at what point, how long are they going to wait until they can start to attune multiple rings together?
Right.
And then do you do the DM thing where you plan out what is the best order they should get the rings in, or do you make it random? Do you let them choose what order they get them in, right? It's a big complex thing to have for 10 items, right? Without a clear cut, this is what you guys all get at the end. Because at the end, one person walks away a king, a god. I don't know how enticing that is if it's not the plot point. So
facts.
Yeah, struggles as basically it struggles as like a side story, and for us who run like open world campaigns,
very much so.
That's, I think that's another thing too that we haven't really mentioned here, is we keep saying things like, if this isn't the plot point, which that's how most games are run, right? There's a campaign, there's a plot point, and that would be fine for this. But if you're trying to add this in as a side quest, as an optional quest, or like us have an open world where this is just one of the infinite things you can choose, again, what's my selling point? If I don't put this on someone that the party needs to go after, what's the selling point? This to me would be better. Not like, if you're not going to have this as the plot point, this would almost be something you'd want to like, you'd almost want to stumble across like the majority of them and learn that there are still more. You know what I mean? Like, you'd almost want to find like 6 of these at a time.
Interesting.
Just to find out there's just a handful just out of reach that you can go adventure for.
Right.
I don't know if I could sell this campaign long term. Of one more ring guy. Come on. You got 3 of them, only 7 more, without more benefit to the party.
I see what you're saying.
So yeah, that's what do we got here? I mean, again, Marty has a good fun. Yeah, you could just, by that point too, at a certain point in the campaign, you could just get an enchanter to give you a flight ring. Like, there are like these rings are great, but there's other ways that it could be done. So again, like Elara's Grace, I think is the #1 holdback. without getting Elara's Grace earlier, I think is the major holdback I feel. If you can get Elara's Grace just by attuning 2 to the same person, I'd feel a lot better about these. You know what I mean? Because I think you'd be a lot more strategic about who gets what, and then you'd be a lot more incentivized to give one player in the party at least 2 early on, right? Like, even if it means one person gets all the benefit, but if you get 2 particular rings where Elara's Grace really synergizes, you know what I mean? Like, that might be the clutching point to where you're like, fine, you get that, but we get the next magical items we find.
Gotcha.
So I think there's gonna be a lot more like player dynamic too if Elara's Grace was attainable sooner.
Yeah.
And again, I also think it would fit the lore better for Elara herself making them, right? Like, you would think you'd want the higher level powers before you made all 10 over, you know, however many years.
True.
Okay, so with all of that being said, although I will say this too, another interesting idea. The spell storage ring does, now that I'm reading back to it, I really do have to admit, like, it has a whole new connotation, the fact that you do have to cast the spells into it instead of just load it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, rethinking about the roleplay aspect of you still have to cast those spells. But then I was wondering, technically, this ring, in one respect, you could think of it as like a ring of multiple spells. But it's also a ring of rings. Because every other ring that has a castable ability can be cast into this ring. So any ring that you have, you can technically double if it has a castable ability. Because you could cast it into this ring.
Interesting.
So if you have something like 2 charges of flight, you could use a charge of flight. And I don't know if there's any rules against this, but if the idea is that you have to cast a spell into the ring to store it, and this is a charge of a certain spell, can I cast one of my charges of flight into my free ring? Not that I would need to, but you know what I'm saying? Like, technically it could.
Theoretically, if you were to do that, would you say for something like Mirror Image, you would get its invisibility effect if you had Elara's Grace?
No, because Elara's Grace comes from the ring that activates. So you wouldn't get Elara's Grace version.
Yeah.
But I think that you could make the argument that you could load all of the other spells into it. Okay, so first off, I think there's too many items here in a set. I think it's a lot to keep track of, both for a campaign as well as just any individual in terms of inventory. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would have liked to see some more individualized synergy, some more intentional pairs. You know, whether it's Elara's Grace or the spells, but
right,
more
right,
intentional.
Right. No, I feel that more puzzle pieces.
Yeah. Not class specific, but excuse me. Make it to where once the party has a good number of them, it would be easy for them to know which ones are best to go together if someone was going to take a pair.
Gotcha.
Right? Like, once you have 6 of them, just know that, okay, well, if you're going to take that ring, at least take this one too. Like, I'd kind of like that feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
Make it more of a whole family of things, because I don't necessarily want it to be complicated where if these 2 are together, this happens, but if these 3 are together, this happens, but if that 2 and these 3 I don't want it that
again
complicated.
Just like you said, more too much to keep track of.
But I feel like Elara's Grace being locked away to not only a particular ring, but then being locked into a number, right? So that's basically 2 levels of access. You have to have the one ring, and you have to have a minimum number of Elara's rings. Those 2 barriers, that's also a lot. Right? Depending on what order they get the rings in, that's a lot to ask for. So, there would be a couple things I would change for compatibility purposes, in terms of like how the spells work. It's not bad by any means. It's too much. It's too much and almost not enough at the same time.
I think I know what you mean.
And I'm also going to give this, like, individually, I like a lot of these spells, I like a lot of these effects, and I like a lot of these rings, but I have to keep reminding myself it's a set, the whole package.
It's not just one or the other, yeah.
And I can't get over just at the end of it, while they all have an Elara's Grace, while they all have a central trigger that brings them all together, I'm hesitant to really call this a true set. You know what I mean? It sounds more like a collection of holy items that, because they're all from the same god, they can do essentially something big together. But I'm really not getting the all thing. Blackwater, what is going on? Thank you for the raid. Oh, the 44 raid. That is a massive raid. What is up, everybody?
Goodness.
Hello.
Welcome, my friends.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we actually just got done with a review of 10 different rings. Y'all just missed it. 4 hours in, and we've been doing it. Hello, TNE. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoy what you all hear here. We're actually just about to get to a rating on this, as we do on Mondays. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm looking at this, realizing that the synergy between them and the extent that you have to go, and the feeling that I can't get over, is that this is more of a plot point than a magic item that you would put in your world.
Yeah.
That's going to bring it down in terms of compatibility with High Point, because I don't like secular things like that. You know what I mean? I don't like things that are so isolated that it would take away from the rest of the, what I feel would be the rest of experience with High Point.
Yeah.
I feel like if I put this in as is, it would deter from the overall experience of High Point, because this feels more like something that you would need to finish. Because I also don't feel like if we started this, took a couple rings and then didn't finish, like if you were in an open world, there also doesn't seem to be any drawback. And if there's no drawback to not getting them all together, then what distinguishes them from just regular magical items, outside of I have to go through this very long and extensive process to get them all to work together?
Yeah,
I think that's what's holding me back.
I like stuff like when we reviewed the Ring of the Dueling Dragons, where like, even though each of them did a thing on their own, they genuinely just recognize their true, like what they do on their own recognizes its true potential when it's with the other. Yes. Right? Like, and like something like that, where it's like, I understand, like, you do a thing, like that's okay, but like recognizing that if this is going to go with something, if it's going to be a part of something, if it's going to truly be a set of something, like it's really going to recognize its true potential when it's together. And like, while you can do a lot of cool things with all these, I would not say that any of them recognize their true potential when paired with something else. And we were finding some pairings that could work. Sure. But that's what players do. That's what we do all the time, is find out how things work. These don't call to you and say these two. You know, they don't show off in any way this ring and that ring, right? For all those that are in chat, if you want a quick little checkout, so we got I'll go quick little summary of what we got here. We got rings of spell storing, so it allows you to store either 8 or 15 leveled spells. So it's not spell slots, but it's the number of the spell level. So you know, with 8 you get like a 5 and a 3. Yep. So level 5 and a level 3 spell. We also have the Ring of Soaring Freedom, which grants you charges of flight, and eventually will let you fly permanently and just give you a fly speed. Yep, very cool. Ring of the Guardian gives you the ability to cast the spell Shield as a reaction. We have the Ring of Counterspelling, which allows you to counterspell as a reaction and gives you a number of free counterspells equal to your wisdom or intelligence modifier. Yeah. So you'll have that many free reactions of counterspell. You also get the Ring of Unseen, which allows you to hide from things like scrying and other magical views, as well as give yourself 3 charges of disguise daily. Very cool. We had the Ring of Malice Detection, which allowed you to detect whether or not someone had malice intent in general, and even further, whether or not they had malice intent against you. So you had 3 different levels of, you know, neutral, malice, and malice direct. Yes. I like that malice direct. We had the Ring of Mirror Deception, which allows you to cast a number of free mirror image spells. Yes. And the upgraded version allows you to cast an upgraded mirror image, where it adds a 4th version, a 4th duplicate of you, and then makes your individual self invisible. Which is always very cool. Yeah, that was definitely a unique one.
We had the Arcane Mastery Ring, which allows you to add 2 to your spell DC, a spell save DC that you cast. We have the Ring of Metamorphic Mastery that allowed you to cast Polymorph a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier.
That's right. That one was hefty.
And then we have the Ring of the Unbound. This ring was kind of the capstone. If you had this ring and you pulled any of the other rings together, because all of these rings required attunement. So mind you, there are 10 rings. 9 of them would require attunement. If you had this 10th ring, however, you could attune the other rings to it, and therefore sidestep your attunement limit.
Exactly.
So essentially the idea would all of these rings would be able to be attuned together all at once. You'd be able to wear them all and have all of their benefits. So
yes,
we are now at the stage of rating it, which we tend to do here. So every Monday we do a homebrew review, and then we give it a rating. I call it a compatibility rating with my setting of high point. It's a 1 out of 10, and it's basically just how likely I'd be to use it or how compatible it is in my setting. So if it gets a 10 out of 10, I'm basically stealing it. And if it's a 1 out of 10, it just doesn't have a place in high point. I can't use it, or it just...
Fair enough.
I have something else. Like 1 just means that it would have so much change it wouldn't look like it's original.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of...
You wouldn't be able to call it the same thing.
So with this, we've talked a lot about what we like, what we dislike. Overall, I'm not a fan of calling this whole thing quite a set. I just don't think that all of the lore is quite there. And I don't think that the abilities quite match. You know what I mean? Like how much it takes to get Elara's Grace and how much there's just not a lot of interplay. I'm lacking the incentive for really driving this home outside of it being a plot point. And and that's just going to hurt because I don't like running that in high point like that. You know me, when I throw a hook out in high point, that's all it is. It's 1 of 1,000 hooks. And if you don't go for it,
it's just something that exists. Yeah, for sure.
I don't like the idea that if you wanted to go after this, you'd have, because it feels like if I wanted to drop this in high point, I feel like I'd either have to make a new party and have them go for it, or if I dropped it into like Dov's campaign, I'd basically have to tell you, you're giving up Dov's story to do this. Like, it doesn't feel like this is going to be over anytime soon.
Right.
And that's what I don't like the feeling of it. It doesn't feel like something that you would want to go do. It feels like something I have to kind of like get you to do.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's a lot of great ideas in here. There was a lot of great spells. It does make, I will say, for good or for bad, it really does make me rethink what a set is. And it does make me rethink how synergistic sets should be. So I will say that it's definitely stirring the ideas, but as is, I think there are better ways to do it. And I just don't think that this much consolidated power really belongs in high point in terms of, I just don't have anything like the Staff of Zenith is probably the closest thing I have.
Wow.
And that's really just a quest item. It's basically the Staff of Zenith is broken into multiple parts and he casts it off. And if it's kind of like the Spear of Destiny, each individual part grants the finder certain benefits. But if you bring the entire staff together, you can like its ability is when you assemble his staff, you can summon him and he'll grant you a wish.
Oh, wild.
And it's a divine wish. So it's the ruler of the realms divine wish.
Wild.
So basically it's the wish of all wishes. It is literally the epitome of what the wish spell can do.
Right.
But then at the sacrifice of his staff,
you give it back to him.
You summon him. He takes his staff.
Like a Dragon Ball's lightweight.
And then what does he do? He splits the staff again, sends it off into the world and waits.
Wild.
So literally his entire staff has always been like, it's his and he has purposes for it. It's one of his symbols, but it's literally part of his whole thing.
Now, out of curiosity, is this staff, like if you find all the pieces and you put it together, could you actually use it as like a magic weapon?
Oh yeah. It has its own thing. Each piece has its own thing. It has its own stuff.
So theoretically,
but if you sacrifice it, essentially if you give it up, you get the ultimate wish.
But you could just hold on to it.
You could. You absolutely could. But you don't have to.
I'm curious how long somebody's held on to it before. Like what the longest somebody has just like...
Oh, the staff itself?
Yeah, the staff, like without redeeming its wish.
At what stage? At the early stages of high point, 1,000 mortal years. In the later stages, only 100.
Okay.
Or in the more modern stages.
Right.
Last person to hold, like the last person who truly hold on to it for any length of time only held it 100 years. in the time before times, like right around the first Great War of High Point, it was held by one of the potential rivals for about 1,000 years, thinking that it would grant them an upper hand.
Has a player ever held on to this before? Got you. Okay. Bet.
All right. So, long story short, hate to say it, but Lolcypher, hopefully you've been able to at least understand our viewpoints and where we come from on this one. But again, bringing this into High Point would require a lot of modification. And I think as is, it doesn't quite sit with something that I would feel comfortable running in my game as a plot point.
For sure.
So with that, compatibility wise, I'm going to have to give it a 3 out of 10. It does give a lot of good ideas, but all in all, it just doesn't come together for me as something that I'd be able to take. And I can't quite say that I feel this is universally applicable. I feel like it's a great idea. I feel like the DMs could do a lot with it.
Right.
But I do feel like it comes with a lot of baggage. Like, I feel like it comes with a lot of, not expectations from the DM, but it's going to put so much more work on the DM. And I don't know if the end result will be worth it.
Will be what you're trying to get out of it.
Yeah. Personally, if I were to run this, I don't feel the effort I would put into it would be worth the result I got out for my players. So that's my input. But again, you guys may have different experiences, right? Your players may eat this stuff up. Your players may think that, these are the greatest rings ever. It really just comes down to how you craft your story. How do you, how do you get your players involved? For me, this is one of those things where I don't like being tied into what I created. I like being tied into what my players are working for. So something like this, I feel would be difficult for me to run because I would be limiting myself. I would be trying to do all the things I don't do as a DM, which would be railroady in my opinion. Like I'd be trying to get the story towards this thing, whereas I'm much more of you guys turn the wheel and that's now the new direction.
Yeah.
And you'll just have to deal with the fallout. I'm not good at I'm good at keeping your attention where you want your attention to be. I'm
Very
not
much so.
good at constantly dangling the carrot and making sure the carrot's what you want. That's a fault on me, and that's why I do an open world D&D. That's why I DM High Point.
But again, that's exactly what they call, your DMing styles. Like
Yes.
there are different people that play different games for different reasons, because certain people are great at running modules and going through them in a way that's very engaging.
I'm horrible at running modules
same.
because I can never remember stuff. I'm constantly checking the book. Like, I'm terrible at modules. I'm terrible at script writing. I cannot write.
I'm terrible at script reading, man. Like,
I can't. Oh yeah, I can't.
It's got to come
scripts.
from my dome.
I can't do summaries. Like, that's one of the reasons why I always let my players do all of the note taking and all of the discussions, because or all the recaps, because it's like I'm not good at that stuff. I'm good at being dynamic and keeping consistent, and I'm good at keeping my world alive and flowing. But I'm not good at crafting that story start to finish and keeping you on pace and entertained and feeling like it's your choice. Like, I'm just not good at that. It's so much easier for me to just literally, it sounds funny, but it's easier for me to create a living world that you can do anything you want in than it is for me to make a limiting world where you really only have one direction. I can't explain why.
It's lightweight like that. It really is.
I don't know why though. There is no explanation for how that would make sense, but it does for me. It's just the way that I my brain works. And I see this and I'm like, even as a player, I look at some of these rings and I'm like, I would fuck with that ring hardcore, like as a player. But again, if I knew everything about this whole set and it was an option, like if I was in game given this as an option to go after this or something else, I don't know what's incentivizing me to go after this. Like, again, outside of a plot point, it's that it feels like it's a lot of effort and I don't know what the payoff is. And it's not that there isn't one, right? I don't want to say that this is a lot of effort for nothing. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that from my perspective, if I were to build a character and then stumble across these and then learn about the lore that we just saw today, I don't know what my incentive would be. And not saying that it would be useless. It's just that I can't envision as a player, okay, so we get all of these things and then we get the final ring, we put them all together and then one of us can wear it. So is this going to be where other, like, again, if this was a high magic world where treasure was a plentiful, I wouldn't be as concerned. But in a standard D&D game, I'm going to, basically what you're telling me is by the end of this, someone's going to be a god. I'm going to have a +3 sword. You're going to have a +5 shield. But you're going to be a god.
Yeah,
It's that's where I don't know how to craft a good story, and that's my limitation.
It's a challenge.
That's why we turned it into, or at least we harp on the fact that it's compatibility points, not a rating of how good it is, because how good it is subjective. But I would not be able to run this successfully and make it entertaining, and that's not a comment on Lolcypher's creation. That is literally
very much so. And Lolcypher probably has like a beautiful way to implement this in his game and to make it very smooth. And he
made a point in chat that there was a lot more like with Elara and a lot more of that backstory and a lot more of it. He just kind of cut it down for the sake of what we really need.
And I totally get that.
From this. I would have liked to have seen it though. And Lolcypher, if you do have it, anything on Elara, anything on the creation of these rings, anything that you have prepared for how this is supposed to be run in a campaign, I'd love to have you post that in Discord just so we can get that perspective. Because that's the one thing I do feel like I'm missing.
Yeah.
Here. All I'm able to do is look at these from the perspective of what they can do and how I would add that into a campaign. But that we're essentially having to ignore intent, because that could mean a lot of different stuff, right? And maybe it means that it's just needing a very specific storyline, a very specific campaign.
Right. Or
maybe there's stuff in there, in that backstory, in that lore that we could have seen and been like, oh, actually, it makes more sense, to do X, Y, Z. So, I mean, we didn't really talk about how the creator Elara spent most of the time in the Underdark. So
that's true.
That is one of those aspects we didn't talk about during this whole time, is how does living in the Underdark, how would that have affected their perception of what was useful? You know what I mean? Like out of these abilities.
That's very fair.
So things like that. Any more lore that we could have pulled out from Elara and just from the setting, I think would have helped build a better picture. But again, I don't think that would change my ability to run.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so... but yeah, so that was the Rings of Elara. It was our biggest set so far. 10 different rings.
Wild.
I'm really curious what you guys, what you all think about what happened here. I mean, if you guys are watching on YouTube, leave it in the comments. If you are part of the Discord, or if you want to join the Discord, I'll pop the link in chat for especially any of the raiders that are still around. But if you want to join our community, if you want to submit homebrew yourself, or if you just want to chit chat with people about the homebrew, you can do that in the Discord. You can give us topics to talk about on Fridays.
100%.
And then you can join all of the polls and everything that help shape what we're going to do here. But again, thank you guys all for showing up. I mean, we blew past the 4-hour mark. We're at 4:30 already. Goodness. That was a lot, but I'm glad that we got through it all. I mean, I'm glad that we did look at that all together too, because I will say this, individually, I would not really have enjoyed many of those rings as individuals. Like, as just here's a magic item, I definitely feel that while they're not fully a complete set in my mind, they're more of a set than they are individuals. If that makes any sense at all.
I'll say this, like, I feel like while what they do are very cool, it as far as like how I would compare certain things to others, how I would put it up against a couple of other things, like I feel like it's very, having trouble finding the word, but like it's what you would expect, right? Like from a lot of different aspects of D&D, and I'm like, I get that, but a lot of the times when I'm looking at these things, like I like the idea of trying to put it together and tie it, like that to me is what I feel like wrapped another layer around what this was that I appreciate, even if it doesn't, like you said, feel 100% like a set.
1 point to credit too. Why, didn't just get like a completely low score, but a point of credit to the build itself. Why I think I say they feel more like even though I don't think it's a complete set or it's quite worthy of a set yet, why it feels more like a set than just a bunch of random ones though, is at least whether or not I believe they were 100% useful and lore wise, it would perfectly make sense. At least altogether, I believe it. In the sense that none of the spells that were available, none of the abilities that were presented, none of them felt like they shouldn't have come from a wizard.
Yeah,
like I truly believe
there wasn't
every
like
single one of these
or turn undead or something weird like that.
Every single ring felt like it came from the same person. Maybe not for the same reason. Maybe it didn't quite feel like this accumulation, but at no point was I disbelieving each ring came from the same person. I could truly get in the mindset of Elara building these, because again, each one made a sense for this hyper powerful, but also, you know, just overly cautious, you know, person who believes everyone's out to get them, right? Just uber paranoid. I get it. And I get all of the abilities, and I get why a mage would want all of them. There's just one or two pieces missing to cinch it as a complete set. But yeah, I will say that imagining Elara as a wizard, I can 100% imagine each and every one of these rings coming from the same craftsman.
I can see that.
So I will give it that extra bit of clarity, is being able to do that, being able to put all of this together, all of these different abilities, and at the end still make it feel like it's cohesive enough to be from the same place. Yeah,
very much so. I'm here for that.
All right, well, that is 4.5 hours for us. I think that is going to be it for us tonight. Sorry, any raiders that are still here. If you guys wanted a little bit more, I'm sorry that you guys came so late, but thank you again so much for dropping in. It was fantastic. Link to the Discord is in there if you guys want to join us, chat, submit your own stuff for us to review on Mondays. We have deeper dives on Fridays. That's when we stream, Mondays and Fridays every week. And then we do about once a month now. The community has been getting their challenges done, so we are doing extra streams once a month now on the weekends, where we do a whole bunch of extra stuff. Last month we did a super deep dive into the history of divine power, and I created 2 custom cocktails, 2 brand new cocktails to go along with that theme on that live stream.
Oh, so yeah, that was very cool.
That's kind of the stuff that we do around here. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you are interested in seeing us again, please give us a follow or show up again on Friday, and then we will be back. This Friday, I don't have my topic ready for this Friday, but I do believe this Friday will be another research topic. So we've been doing a couple of our like tangent talks a little bit, where we just kind of open talk with chat, have just open ideas that we just kind of
brainstorm about.
But I think this week we're going to go back to a more structured one. I have a couple ideas on the back burner, but I'm probably just going to finalize that this week, and I will get that out. So I'll post something in the Discord once I know what we're going to do. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. I think that's going to be us. Thank you again, Lolcypher, for submitting all 10 of those rings.
I'm very excited we got to do this one.
I'm really interested to know what else you have out there, because this definitely is intriguing.
I like the way it was structured. I liked the layout of everything, you know, and just from, I'll say, I almost had to do nothing to what he brought to me. You know, nice. It was very much copy and paste. You know, maybe I had to do a little play with the pictures, but that was really it. You know. It was a very good submission. So I appreciate that.
Definitely let us know if you have anything more. You know, we're always interested in more stuff. What do we got for next Monday? Do we have next Monday's slot?
Yes. I actually just posted it in the Discord. Awesome. Where am I? Next Monday is going to be a race. And this one is coming from Marty. Marty, are you still in chat with us?
Fearless. I think it's gonna be their first review.
It is their first review. It is a race, and I don't want to butcher the pronunciation. I don't know how to say this. It's Sahali. It feels. Because if you look in the Discord, you can actually see, because they put it in its native language, like alphabet language, next to the actual word. So I'd be very curious if you could help me at the very least pronounce it. Okay, it says Sahali. Okay.
Sahali.
Okay, bet. All right, I am here for it. I'm here for it.
That's what we're going to be doing next Monday. I might dive more into what we talked about earlier, where I might do a history of like concentration or just spell casting in general.
Oh, yeah.
Let me look into that. That might be this Friday's topic, is the history of concentration and or the history of spell casting. I think that would be a fun fun history of that we haven't done yet? I don't think we've done that. We'll double check. We have a list of all the history that we've done. But anyway, that's going to be us. Thank you guys again. I'm going to post the Discord link in chat one more time. I'm also going to post our link tree. So if you guys did enjoy what you saw here today and you want to catch anything that you missed, or if you want to see any of our other live streams, you can catch all of that on our YouTube channel, on our VODs channel. We also have shorts on TikTok and our main YouTube channel. So all of that is in our link tree that is in the chat. If you guys want to follow us, we would really appreciate it. It definitely, we want to do this more and we want more information from you on what you guys want to see. So join the community, let us know in the chat, let us know in the comments what you guys want to see, and we will get to it as much as we can. Again, thank you everybody for showing up. I kind of lost track of just how many people showed up today.
Oh no, we blew through. Chat was huge. Like, absolutely. I do my best to like keep all of like the chat that has to do with our topic.
I usually try to keep a mental image, like a mental mindset of like who was here. But it's so like, it's like I know Marty and Cosmic, I know Lolcypher was here.
Yeah,
Hecate was here for a little bit.
Yep.
We had the Raiders come in. Blackwater again. Thank you so much for that raid.
That was wonderful.
44. TNE was in chat. Brando was in chat. Pokeniner was in chat.
Oh yeah,
Jesus, I can't even scroll back enough to that. So thank you all again for supporting us and coming out here. We'll be back again on Friday, so you can definitely count on us for that. Otherwise, I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a great week ahead of you. But that's going to be us for tonight, y'all. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.